Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order, Owen Bayer. It's out of order to take pictures in the chamber. Totally out of order. Honorable members, we'll now go back to the constitution amendment proposal of the Honorable Gishimu and the Honorable Mule. So the screen is full. I don't know if the honorable members on the screen wish to speak to this. The Honorable Rindigiri Mugambi. The Honorable Rindigiri Mugambi. Give the honorable member the mic.
Mr. Speaker, yes. You are going to chair this commission. This commission is leading these members for them now. If we go through audit,
Yeah.
the way
Mr. Speaker, sir,
allowing
I want to thank you for the opportunity, but let me state for record purposes. For record purposes, I've already spoken on that motion, and I want to remind Nyakal, you cannot engage. Dr. Nyakil cannot engage. Point of order. You cannot engage the speaker publicly and with a lot of noise. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken on this motion. Thank you.
You have spoken already on this motion. Honorable Kakuta Maimai. Honorable Maimai.
Yeah. They don't know even what
Honorable
Okay.
Kakuta Maimai.
Speaker,
The floor is yours.
thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to make my remarks in regard to this motion brought by Honorable Gidinji and Honorable Mule. Honorable Speaker, as we have seen that CDF is critical for development of our communities, and as you know, we have seen a lot of work that is visible on the ground is from the CDF, and that it is so important to reinstate CDF to make it possible for us to be able to ensure more children are enrolled in schools. As we speak right now, there are so many children at home who have not been able to go back to school simply because they have not been able to get the fees they need to go back to school. In pastoral communities like in Kajiado, with the ongoing drought, a severe drought is going on, and normally the parents have to sell goats and cows to send to school. But considering this severe drought, a lot of children are home. They have not been able to go back. And CDF can be a lifesaver for many families and children who wants to go back to school. And therefore, I express my support, make sure that CDF, NGCDF has been reinstated to make sure that more children are able to go to school. Honorable Speaker, when I came to Parliament, I promised my constituents that I have a goal to build a secondary school in every location of our constituency. Because I know secondary education or high school, there's a big shortage in our constituency. And I promise my constituents that we are going to build more schools, more secondary schools, in making sure that every location have received a high school. Without CDF, that dream of many of our children in our constituency will not be able to have secondary schools in their locations. We have also heard many other leaders talking about the importance of making CDF even elaborate, to make sure that as much as we cover so much about building of classrooms, aiding children with school fees, it will also be good to include the water project, so that through CDF we can also commission water projects, whether it's drilling of boreholes, equipping of boreholes, and even doing piping water in some of these very remote and dry areas of our land. Therefore, CDF is really critical to the development of our communities and our constituencies. And therefore, I also add my support to make sure that CDF is reinstated right away so that our children can return to go to school and we can begin the work of building schools in our communities, drilling more boreholes in our communities, piping more water in our communities, because we have seen the work of CDF. NGCDF is even more visible than the work that is done by many county governments. And a combination of projects in schools from NGCDF and the county government, we can see a lot of development being done. Therefore, I basically rest my point saying that I strongly support reinstating of the NGCDF to make it possible for our constituents to be able to have more schools and to have funding for our children so they can return back to school. And lastly, I was also actually hoping that the national government and our president can actually declare and issue an order asking schools, particularly secondary schools, not to send the kids back home to go get school fees, because in places like in my constituency, Kajiado East, there's so much of desperation right now because of the many cows that are dying, and sending the kids back to school to seek for school fees, it's like sending them back forever, because they cannot come back because their parents don't have the cows to sell, they don't have the gold to sell. So we should actually encourage and advise the schools to keep the children at school and allow them to sit for exams until when the situation has improved. Well, on that note, I would like to say that I wish to see NGCDF restated right away and the funding issued out by Treasury so that we can begin the work of rebuilding our communities that have been devastated by the drought. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I donate my time to my neighbor right here.
The Honorable Lillian Kogo. Is she in the chamber? The Honorable Felix Odiwar. The Honorable Felix Odiwar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Have you spoken on this?
No, I haven't spoken on this.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Of course, CDF to me is the only fund that the constituent seems to understand and know. That today, even if we had any other fund out there, you already have ways of fund, we have the NGAF, but every other person still asks where CDF is. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have people and constituents lining up, waiting and asking for school fees. And there's nothing you can tell them to understand that even the CDF itself has not been disbursed. Number one, we request that even as this motion continues, we must find a way to have the money disbursed to the constituencies as soon as possible, so as to mitigate the issues that are already going on around in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I went to a village school, Nyangoma Boys Secondary School, PO Box 23 Bondo, sir. We never thought that one day that school will ever have a school bus. But through CDF, I went there again, and now Nyangoma enjoys a school bus. Mr. Speaker, CDF, apart from what is meant for, it should be opened up to also cater for more other things, apart from security or education and sport. And even what is allocated for sports is even not enough, because we have enough talent out there waiting to be exploited. And we know very well that through CDF, we will be able to make sure that this actually happens. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want this House to push for immediate release of CDF so that work in the constituencies can continue immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Odiwar. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to add my voice on this motion, and especially the motion coming at a time when we are doing pre-debate on this issue of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, I happen to have been here in 2015 and saw the transition from the old CDF Act to the new NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, having seen that transition, I wish to make, and also having seen, Honorable Speaker, last Parliament, what we went through in terms of the BBI, I would wish, Honorable Speaker, to make this input into this motion so that the Honorable Mule and Honorable Kishimu can take cognizance of these issues and make amendments before publication so that, Honorable Speaker, we can have a very good document to save our very good fund. Honorable Speaker, my concern is once the bill is published, we will not be able to amend even a comma. That being the case, Honorable Speaker, I wish to request that, Honorable Speaker, the 4 funds which are being proposed in this bill should go in individually, let them run individually, Honorable Speaker, so that, Honorable Speaker, should a ruling of fate befall any of the bills, Honorable Speaker, let it be an issue of exclusiveness rather than, Honorable Speaker, the whole baby being killed alive. Honorable Speaker, that coming from what happened with the BBI, whereby, Honorable Speaker, a few clauses made us to lose the entire document. That, Honorable Speaker, should not be the case. CDF being the backbone, Honorable Speaker, of devolution, we build devolution after CDF, Honorable Speaker, and when you go to the ground and walk around my constituency, for example, Honorable Speaker, last weekend, I had the privilege of giving out a very nice school bus to one of the schools in my constituency, Honorable Speaker. The enthusiasm, the happiness, the joy that was with the students and teachers is enormous. And, Honorable Speaker, if you kill the CDF as it is today, it will be a very big blow to the administration of the day, and we don't want an administration, Honorable Speaker, to suffer fate which is not theirs. We are happy the President has really thrown the weight behind the bill and is suggesting that we have a very good bill so that we have a good document to support the governance of his administration. Honorable Speaker, CDF is what is visible across the country. Wherever you go, is it a bridge? Is it a rough road? Is it, Honorable Speaker, a school? It's all built by CDF. When you look around and see what the counties have done, yes, they've tried. They've done it well, but they've not done it to the level of CDF. It is my prayer, Honorable Speaker, that we really put down a document that is going to support and make it for posterity, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of the Economic Stimulus Fund, Honorable Speaker, it is my wish and my prayer that we exclude it from the main document, Honorable Speaker. The PFM Act is alive. It gives the CS National Treasury powers to create a fund, to operationalize a fund of such a magnitude, Honorable Speaker. It is important that we allow the PFM Act to prevail. We allow the CS National Treasury to do that function. rather than anchoring that function into the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, the three funds, Honorable Speaker, whereas they are good, I would wish that we separate the documents, let them run separately rather than being in one document. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to support.
The Honorable Joseph Samal. The Honorable Joseph Samal. Is he in the House? Where?
Mr. Speaker, I had spoken about national government CDF, but
You've already spoken, that's
yes,
okay?
I spoke.
I'll give the floor to the Honorable Mboko Milemba. Have you spoken? Continue. I'll give you. Okay. Give the mic to the Honorable Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute
Honorable
on this
members,
bill.
those of you who have already
The
spoken
CDF
on this, order, Honorable Milemba, if you have already spoken on this matter, you are advised to log out so that you do not crowd the screen unnecessarily.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before the CDF, National Government CDF, was introduced, there were several attempts to try and make sure that funds were devolved from the central government to down the bottom at the village level. Such efforts were done by the former President Moi, and they included things like municipal councils and other items like district focus for rural development. The district focus for rural development did not optimize or get much out of this because it did not have a structure of operation. But we want to thank the then government of Mwai Kibaki under the Honorable who finally introduced CDF. And this was the first fund in this country to actually devolve funds down to the village and to the constituency and even to the location level. And since then, this is a fund that went ahead to also prompt Kenyans when they were making the 2010 constitution to realize that it was very important to devolve funds, because for the longest time, this country operated using the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which was authored by one Tomboya, and which preferred that areas that had some development be strengthened, while those areas that did not have much development would remain behind. It was hoped that the areas which had attained some form of development would later on, using the multiplier effect, pull up the other areas that were down. So since then, Honorable Speaker, the fund has really served, and I will not dare to repeat what everybody has said about the importance of CDF. As we make this law, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to advise that there are certain areas which we have always spoken to in this House and which somewhat are not implemented. For instance, every House, I remember the 12th Parliament when we came in, we talked about the need to remunerate the village elders. I saw the same motion here recently, and it has gone like that. I also saw another area of school feeding program. This area was also talked about during the 12th Parliament when we were beginning, and equally, this time we have seen the motion come and go. What the recent members or the new members of Parliament may not realize is that these are motions which we always speak about, but we do nothing about them, because we end up saying that we are urging the respective ministries and departments to take action. And urging has proved to be nothing. Honorable Speaker, I want to propose that this input be put in this particular bill, that whereas most of the monies has been allocated for development projects, we create a bigger percentage, of course, while accepting that we need to increase the percentage of that CDF from 2% to 5%. But we create a bigger percent where we can use recurrent expenditure. Honorable members, if we opened a bigger percent for recurrent expenditure, we can allocate ourselves some functions, and I'll speak about two only, which are in their need in our constituencies. One such area are the village elders. Suppose in the 5% we are receiving, we actually clause there that each constituency be able to put down and pen down a certain agreed upon ratio of amount that will be paid to the village elder. We shall have completely and for once solved the question of village elders earning no stipend completely as they work. So I'm getting a solution, Honorable Speaker, to the issues or the question of the village elder working and not getting any pay. Another area I would want inputted in this would then be the area of feeding program to our students. Currently, as we know, most of our learners are in school, and there's hunger in the whole country, and people are suffering. There's drought and so on and so forth. So again, within the CDF, as we add this money from 2% to 5%, we could create an area to allow us to actually spend this money on recurrent, so that we are actually having a portion for every constituency, which specifically goes to the issue of feeding program of the students in the schools. We shall have helped this country by making sure that all students who are going to school will be having lunch in their schools, and therefore equalize the issue of feeding and the issue of education to all the learners. Honorable Speaker, the CDF's role in our development cannot be stumbled upon, and we are asking those who are in charge of this particular motion to actually go wide and talk to all the authorities. Currently, we are having a challenge with the Senate. The Senate is saying that they were not consulted. But I think a good idea doesn't need to be opposed by the Senate for the sake of it. They are simply opposing this idea because they are saying we did not consult them. But if this idea is good, I'm asking the senators of this country that you cannot block a good idea simply because of a consultation. We are here and available. Honorable Speaker, you are also available. Let the Senate consult you. Let the proponents of this bill equally consult the Senate leadership, so that when we go to the field, when we do break, we don't have counter voices, that when we are speaking about CDF being entrenched in the Constitution, the senators are saying otherwise, that they need to be consulted before this is done. We also support, I particularly support the fund created for the senators and equally for the NGAF. But finally, Honorable Speaker, there's that special fund for those who are living with disabilities. Honorable Speaker, as I speak here today, it's unfortunate that the National Council of People Living with Disabilities have decided to change the cards from the old ones to the new ones. Unfortunately, as the people living with disabilities, including the students who are in the special schools, are being asked, Honorable Speaker, to pay between 600 and 1,000 shillings for them to get the new cards. I think this is not something good, because already these students in special schools and people living with disability have no money. They are having a disability, and you want to surcharge them 600 to 1,000 shillings for them to get a card. So my proposal for this particular law is that that fund for PWDs and people living with special needs be enhanced, and specifically the enhancement go to students who are in special schools, so that they are actually accommodated, they are actually given all the foods when they are in the special schools, and all their total care for education is taken care of. That should be ring-fenced so that those students can actually also learn just the same way other students are learning. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, let me say, CDF has been very great. In the Muhaya constituency, we have been able to do so much that I can't mention. And currently, apart from having a TTC that we created using the CDF, which the government has now adopted, everything else has been done by CDF in the absence of county governments. And I want to look forward that this bill will go through to support the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, over the weekend I was attending one of the most precious meetings we do attend, and unfortunately everyone is crying about school fees. This law should go through very quickly so that the people of Emuhaya, the people of Kenya, and the parents of this country can get school fees for their children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute, and I support.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Lillian Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak to the matter on the floor of the House. I've not been able to speak this 13th Parliament since I got back, and that calls for me to first congratulate you on your being elected the Speaker of National Assembly. Congratulations, Papa. And together with your able team, together with the Honorable Gladys Boss, and all the team, we have also a new clerk, and I think Bunge is headed in the right direction. And I also want to thank the people of Rangwe, Honorable Speaker. Rangwe is a great constituency that took the pains of electing a woman in 2017. But as if that is not enough, they broke the history of not having members go for second straight terms by re-electing me again to Parliament. I want to thank the great people of Rangwe constituency and make a very good promise that on the platform that I was elected on good performance and working for the people, I'm going to put a lot of effort to work for the great people of Rangwe constituency in a better manner and give better services in this second term. Honorable Speaker, on the matter that is on the floor of the House that expects to make amendments to the Constitution, and where it touches on the NGCDF, many of my colleagues have spoken to this, but I must add my voice to it because CDF is a single most fund, Honorable Speaker, that can be touched and felt by wananchi at the ground. CDF, Honorable Speaker, is a fund that works beyond borders, beyond boundaries. And it was even improved to the extent that there is equity in its distribution. Constituencies that have bigger wards, that are bigger with more wards, are expected to get slightly more than smaller constituencies. But allow me to speak, Honorable Speaker, to what I have seen CDF do in Rangwe constituency. CDF is one single most fund that elevates infrastructure, education infrastructure in our schools, and it is also structured to help with security matters. We have used CDF, Honorable Speaker, in a single most term to buy 14 school buses. Buses that could not have been able to be bought by schools that are attended by poor pupils whose parents do menial jobs in the sub-county. CDF, Honorable Speaker, is well structured in its nature to the extent that the MP literally has no role and only does oversight, which is the main component of the work of a member of parliament. So if CDF works well, Honorable Speaker, then it means that members of parliament are doing a good job in their oversight work. So I want to support this, Honorable Speaker, and I want to say that we even need to increase it. We need to increase the figures, Honorable Speaker, because there is so much and the fund is limited. We have so many things that happen through CDF in the maintenance of roads that go to our schools, in the construction of classrooms, laboratories, in the construction of dormitories. And when these things happen and the members of the public, Honorable Speaker, see the changes that can be done through CDF and also in building leaders, and they can compare how a leader who was there at their tenure and a consequent leader, how they have worked. It is a very good way. CDF and its oversighting by members of parliament is a very, very good way also of gauging the work of members of parliament. We need to empower our people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when CDF and these other funds, we have the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and then we also have other funds that come directly from national government to the grassroots. Honorable Speaker, this is one way that makes the government, other than the devolved functions, makes the government reach its people directly. So CDF should be enhanced, Honorable Speaker, as part of my contribution. Honorable Speaker, we need even to have a higher value that should be allocated for the bursary systems. Many of our poor families, many of our poor children who are not able to raise school fees, who are not able to fund their education, get funded through the bursaries that we get from CDF, Honorable Speaker. So I rise to support, and I say that it is important that the government takes enough effort to support this matter so that we constitutionalize CDF, so that people stop meddling thinking that CDF gives MPs weight. Members of Parliament, members of National Assembly have literally nothing to do with CDF. They just do their oversight role. There are structures that are there to govern and to manage this fund, and the fund has been used effectively. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, in the history of Rangwe constituency, we are able to have a sub-county headquarters that is modern, it is under construction, it is an ongoing work, and if it were not for availability of this CDF, then you would not know that you have reached Rangwe. But Honorable Speaker, in the next 3 months or so, we should have been able to finish a multi-million project through CDF. And that notwithstanding, we also do security lighting. We improved our communities. For any place where there is a government institution or otherwise, we have what we call corporate social responsibility. If there is a school, other than providing education, Honorable Speaker, a school should be able to help the community. And with the buses that we bought in Rangwe constituency, these buses, when they are given out, if they are not given for functions for school, the local community are able to use them, sir, at a very minimal subsistence just to fuel the buses so that they feel the benefit of having those schools around them. So I support the matter, and I congratulate you and your team, and I hope that this passes so that people stop interfering with CDF. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Starehe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion on the amendment of the Constitution for the NGCDF fund. First and foremost, where I come from in Nairobi County, Starehe constituency, most of my populace dwell in the slums, and these people have benefited from CDF through bursaries all over their lives. Saying that you want to scrap off CDF as of now will be detrimental to the gains that have been made by CDF in my constituency. Children from the slums of Mukuru Kayaba, children from the slums of Marigoini, and children from the slums of Watanyayo, among many other slums, have gone to school courtesy of CDF. And the way CDF fund hangs in the balance, we are in a chaotic situation in my constituency because people are despairing by day, asking me about when is the bursary going to come back, because as we look into the first term, which is going to happen from January next year, parents in those slum mode. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to support this motion for the constitutionalization of the CDF, so that once and for all, the CDF fund can be contained in the Constitution, and we'll never have to debate about CDF again. Among the gains made by the CDF fund in my constituency, we've had so many people talk of insecurity in these slum areas, but the NGCDF fund has been able to help bolster the security systems by constructing modern police stations, by being able to support the security system in our constituency in ways that we have been able to curb crime in these slum areas. The use of CDF in my constituency also has helped so many children who are not school going and who cannot afford school fees. They've been able to pay for their secondary school fees. And in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, sir, in my thinking, we would be having a discussion about bolstering the fund, not about scrapping the fund off, because of the functions of the CDF have been very effective in our constituencies. For example, we have these tertiary courses that are offered by the NGCDF, these soft skills that have been offered. You find, like in my constituency, we've been able to take some people to these small courses like the driving courses, tailoring courses, maybe baking courses, and other soft skills that these people have been able to gain through the CDF fund. So in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll be thinking of incorporating more activities for the NGCDF and expanding the fund to be able to help us address the issue of unemployment. If we are able, like my friend John Kerry has put up a motion seeking the NGCDF fund to cater for artists and artisans, to be able to equip our artists and artisans with skills, technology, tools, and machinery and capital. I think that would be a step in the right direction, in that these graduates of the NGCDF bursaries may be able to be empowered to gain skills, be empowered to make a living out of what they learned. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the motion on the consolidation of the National Government Constitutional Development Fund, and I support the motion. Thank you so much.
Member of Parliament for Mosop constituency.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank you again for this opportunity that you've given me to support this bill on entrenching the funds of NGCDF on the Constitution. NGCDF, Madam Speaker, has truly played a major role in our country. The funds from this NGCDF has truly helped most of the families who are from humble backgrounds in terms of bursaries. It has helped so many schools to construct structures. Most of the places, especially Mosop, where I am from, most of the schools was constructed because of the funds from NGCDF. So by entrenching these funds in the Constitution, Your Honor, is going to really ensure that the development of this country continues uninterrupted. I want to believe that every member has a project in his or her constituency that actually was done through CDF. And I want to continue also to thank the government as well for continuing to increase the funding on NGCDF, because as of last Parliament, the NGCDF funds that was distributed to several constituencies was just exactly the same. But this present parliamentary term, they go as per the size of the ward of the constituency and the ward in that constituency. So I am supporting the NGCDF to be entrenched in the Constitution so that we will continue with the development in our areas. Also, I want to also support the Senate Oversight Fund. For a very long time, Senate has continued to do oversight without funds. And as such, it is very crucial to allow them and to give them funding to help them to what they are supposed to be doing. NGAV also, National Government Affirmative Action, the funding that they've been receiving has also been limited. And as such, by entrenching in the Constitution, it will guarantee the development of this country, it will guarantee the development of our constituencies, and also no interruption. Like as we know as of now, as much as we believe that it's still, we will still be able to receive the national government CDF, but the Supreme Court had ruled unconstitutional. So by entrenching it, we will never have to deal with this issue again. The development will continue. The constituents, every time I'm home, Madam Speaker, are asking us, when are we going to receive our CDF? Because they've always budgeted, they've always believed the NCDF is one of the funds that actually can be seen, the development can be seen compared to other funds of the government. So I want to actually urge and continue to support the bill that we continue with the NGCDF, but more so is to entrench it in the Constitution, that it will continue to support our country, to support our development, and we continue as a country. Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I support the motion.
Okay, my login has failed. Oh, there. Thank you. Member for Soy constituency.
Okay. Oh, Kumba was there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say, from where I'm sitting and all the members, CDF is very important to the development of our constituencies, and I want to support the motion of entrenching CDF in our constitution. As we know very well, Madam Speaker, there have been various litigations. As a result, the CDF Act of 2013 was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, which was not in order. And for such issues to be resolved, the only way it can be resolved is by making sure that at least we entrench the CDF in our constitution so that we can do away with all manner of litigations for those people who are anti-development. CDF has done a lot in Soy constituency. We have been able to achieve in development of our schools, in development of, in making sure that bursaries are available, in making sure that our schools have buses, and is sorting so many issues that is affecting our population. So what I want to say is that, Madam Speaker, as we look at entrenching the CDF in our constitution, it is very important that we know very well the schools will be opening in January. I want to call upon the CDF, the NG-CDF committee to move with speed, to make sure that the committees are in place, to make sure that the allocations to the various constituencies have been approved, and also to make sure that at least before we break for our recess, the money for CDF that is due has been approved and be sent to our constituencies so that we can sort the issues of bursaries. And I'm also calling upon this House to also look at the oversight role the Senate is playing. I know there have been various issues affecting the Senate. They have been requesting for the oversight funds, and this House has not approved. Let us make a difference by making sure that we also consider the Senate and approve the oversight funds. And as we approve the oversight funds for the Senate, it is also important that we look at ourselves as MPs for the National Assembly, and we make sure that at least also we have an oversight fund so that all of us who are doing oversight can have the oversight funds. With those few remarks, I want to say I support the motion. Thank you.
Mike, please. Member for Laikipia East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also start to support this very noble idea. And I happen to have served this House when we do not have the privilege to have CDF. And Madam Speaker, I can assure this House that members were really frustrated. They were demoralized in doing their work because they had to rely on government which was not really willing to support the people at the grassroots level. We fought for the bill, and it became law, and the subsequent parliaments that followed were able to enjoy this privilege. Today, as we speak, anytime Kenyans hear that an amendment to the Constitution, they are always up in arms. But as you can feel the crowd today, very little resistance is there when people hear that CDF need to be anchored in the Constitution. Why is it so, Madam Speaker? It is because Kenyans have directly enjoyed and benefited from CDF. It is the only fund that a Kenyan can access so easily because they only need to access their member of parliament who are always available for them. This fund touches the most needed people in our constituencies and the country at large. Today, as we speak, members of parliament are facing a very rough situation on the ground where Kenyans are so worried that this fund might be abolished. And if you ask them today, they are asking not whether it will be scrapped, but when are they going to be able to benefit from the monies that come to the constituencies. The country is already facing very severe times, hunger situation in the country, the drought situation, and most of our students are already sent home because they cannot afford, their parents cannot afford to pay for school fees. And therefore, it is incumbent of this House to ensure that we anchor this law so that once and for all, the decisions can be made without fear that our people can be able to enjoy this fund, whereby it is already well defined. It is touching on education and more of security. You know, the only best gift that you can give to your children is education. A very huge number of Kenyans cannot afford to educate their children. And therefore, as we speak, if you look at the lines that are coming up, the request that we have today for people who require bursary. And again, remembering although education is free in this country, the issue of feeding program has become a nightmare, whereby 4,000 shillings that is required for every term in day schools is already a disaster. Our parents cannot afford to pay. The feeding program itself is not available for our students. And therefore, it is important, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the parameters that we are putting in, we are not only discussing of this fund, but even whether we can make additional funds to support this program. The dignity of our people and the dignity of members of parliament, these two must also be protected. I remember when we could not be able to support our own people who came lining up each and every day in our houses, requiring us to support them through medical fund, which today we can be able to support them through CDF because we can afford to pay NHIF cards for them. On special needs, Madam Speaker, you look at the society and the very needy ones who can even go to tertiary education, those who can pay, for example, assisting our border riders, issuing them with licenses, whereby these licenses could not have been accessed and they were harassed each and every day. We are supporting Kenya Kwanza government, which approach is bottom up. The only fund that can be able to get to our people and help this government implement bottom up strategy is CDF. Because at the end of the day, the funds have been with the people. The funds can be able to be accessed. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, if you look at the beneficiaries of this fund, you'll be able to say that it is really touching on our people. Lastly, Madam Speaker, it is good for us to remember where we are coming from, be able to remember those people who initiated this program, the likes of Virginia Karoe. And also, we know we have a president like Mwai Kibaki, who is also supporting this program. And we are very sure that with our president, Dr. William Ruto, we will be able to support this program, and our people will benefit, and they will be able to finance their people and ensure their well-being is taken care of. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Laikipia East. I now call upon Member for Gilgil Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support the discussions that we are having on this very important legislative proposal. And I want to, first of all, congratulate Honorable Mule and Honorable Githinji, because this is the closest we have come to actually addressing the issues that we have had with CDF, that we have had with GAF. Instead of complaining out there, Madam Speaker, instead of paying a lot of fees to lawyers to go to court, I think we are now using this floor appropriately, that we deal with this matter once and for all, that we entrench it in the law, we put it in the Constitution so that this debate of whoever is sitting on the chair of either the legislation, of either the executive, or even the judiciary does not have the power to actually take it away from the people. And Madam Speaker, I think as my colleagues have said, if you go around the country, in many places, especially the rural constituencies, Madam Speaker, you will realize the only visible fund that can be seen on the ground is actually CDF, that we have enough things that we can stand up and say. Madam Speaker, it is the third generation of county governments, and you cannot compare the work that CDF has done in the last few years, Madam Speaker, with what and the billions that have gone to the county governments, Madam Speaker. So I want to support this idea, and I also want to laud this House, because under the standing orders this time, Standing Order 114, we now have a window to actually ventilate. And this is also a form of public participation, Madam Speaker, that when you have a legislative proposal, you can bring it to the floor. The Speaker allows that we comment on it, because the nature and the law that governs the issue of constitutional bills means that you cannot amend even a comma or a full stop, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the floor. What that does, Madam Speaker, is that we will talk to it, and at the end of the day, it passes the way it is, or you lose it altogether. So this window, Madam Speaker, not only gives the issues to the public, it also serves as public participation, but more importantly, it helps to actually enrich the law. And the drafters, I'm sure they are taking their notes, Madam Speaker, that even after this session of this debate, we'll be able to get a full printout of this ventilation by members, so that as you craft that law, they come up with the best that it can get, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is through CDF that secondary schools that we have built, like the 35 that are in my constituency, Madam Speaker, have administration blocks, have laboratories, can compete even with Sarehe, can compete with other areas, Madam Speaker, schools that never thought in their lifetime they could even have such infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Primary schools that have been neglected for a long time, Madam Speaker. Today, if you go to a school called Kapkures in my constituency, Madam Speaker, that had a mad-walled administration block. If you go to schools that had mad classrooms like Meli Primary School, Madam Speaker, these schools now have gotten a facelift and have gotten dignity courtesy of CDF. Madam Speaker, teachers have had terrible working conditions, Madam Speaker, from toilets, from classrooms, from offices, Madam Speaker. We have had classrooms sharing 2 classes, Madam Speaker. You find one class is facing one side and the other one, grade 2, is facing the other side, and it is actually a chaotic scene, Madam Speaker. But through CDF, we have been able to ensure that we have put these standards to be akin to even academies and private schools, Madam Speaker. That meaning that we have been able to equalize every child, regardless of whether you're going to a public school, regardless of whether you're going to an academy, Madam Speaker, you are able to get the same standards and almost similar infrastructure, Madam Speaker, courtesy of CDF. Madam Speaker, courtesy of CDF, we have so many people who have been actually direct beneficiaries, from employees, from the committees that are constituted in the constituencies, Madam Speaker, from the people who work in the constituency CDF offices, Madam Speaker. All these people are dependent on this CDF, Madam Speaker. And what this CDF has done, Madam Speaker, is actually set the pace of how other funds should be administrated. What do I mean by that, Madam Speaker? CDF has set the threshold of how much money should go to bursaries, what percentage should go to construction, what percentage should go to sports, what percentage should go to environment. Madam Speaker, the law is actually very clear on how that is done. I don't think there is any other law, Madam Speaker, that has such clear guidelines on how administration of the fund should be done, Madam Speaker. And this is actually what the county government should borrow and import, Madam Speaker, so that you don't end up spending 80% to pay workers, some of whom have actually been shown by audit to be ghost workers, and spend very small percentage to development, Madam Speaker. But the push and shove with CDF, Madam Speaker, has had many enemies. Right from people who feel like the CDF fund has made them look bad because they're not delivering. And that way, we have had very many sponsored cases back and forth from the judiciary. And we have had a long time and a long battle with that, Madam Speaker. So this law will actually put that to rest and will be able now to deal with issues as they come. Madam Speaker, the issue of the National Government Affirmative Fund, Madam Speaker. I know from the 11th Parliament where I sat, the 12th Parliament where I sat, this fund was actually a fight between members representing single-member constituencies, as it felt like it's a competition. But, Madam Speaker, what the affirmative seats have done, including the women rep position, and the nominated position, is incubate leaders that today we can have the governor of Meru, who was a women rep, being a woman, that today I stand here having benefited from a nomination, Madam Speaker, that today we have the governor of Homa Bay, who was once a women rep, Madam Speaker, that today we have the Honorable Mishimboko, who was once a women rep, we have the Honorable Rueda from Lamu, who was a women rep. Madam Speaker, it has become a fertile incubation grounds to get members to run for other seats and to be able to compete outside there, Madam Speaker. But they have had a challenge, because when you're talking 100 million for CDF, you're talking 7 million for a constituency, Madam Speaker, and you're talking billions from the county government, and these women have had a hard time to actually keep up and be able to deliver in their mandate. So putting this in law, Madam Speaker, then, it will be able to give more women the power and be able to run and give them the mandate and give them the power and the push they need to be able to run. And Madam Speaker, what that would mean is that more and more people and more women will be going to be governors from women rep position, will be going to be single member constituencies from women rep position, will be going to be senators, will be going to be deputy governors from the women rep position, Madam Speaker. And what I have learned, Madam Speaker, over the time, the last 3 parliaments, is that we have gone a full cycle, Madam Speaker. We have had people here who sat in 11th Parliament. When I sat in the Senate, they sat in the National Assembly, and they bashed the Senate. But in the 12th Assembly, Madam Speaker, they ended up being senators, and others who are senators like ourselves, Honorable Elachi, Honorable Ngera, we ended up in this house in the National Assembly. So what I hope is that we can look at this legislation for posterity, that it is not a personal issue, Madam Speaker. Today, even the Speaker of the National Assembly was a senator. I mean, we have governors who are senators. We have senators now who are governors. We have people who have served in the executive. We have people who have served in the judiciary like yourself and are now in this house, Madam Speaker. So I hope that we can look at it from that posterity, that we are not making the law for ourselves, but for years to come, Madam Speaker. That said, I hope that we can look at the constitutional issues, that these issues do not hamper the implementation of this law, Madam Speaker. We hope that we get the drafters of this law getting to pick the issues. I personally like the idea that we should also look at the idea of separating the funds, Madam Speaker, because one may have an issue with one and go to court and get it to be shot down as an unconstitutional and also affect the others. So I hope that the legal and our legal teams will be able to look at the best way to actually get these houses to work together. And I hope that we can also learn from experience, and that we are having the 3rd generation county governments, Madam Speaker, that we have gone all around it, that will be able to ensure that all of us, the Senate, the National Assembly, are at the same table and are doing this to be able to achieve the same goal. Madam Speaker, that said, I hope that we can be able to fast track this legislation, that we get it to the Senate and the Senate also passes it, Madam Speaker, so that the issues we are grappling with right now, I mean, if a girl does not do her KCSE right now or her KCPE, Madam Speaker, because they have been sponsored by CDF, within a year, that girl is a parent, whether a baby or not. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that this law can be fast-tracked so that we get to the end of it. With that, I support.
Thank you, Member for Gilgil. I now call upon Member for Kipkelion East. Okay. I now call upon Member for Kangema.
Madam Speaker.
You're there?
I had actually participated in this. I'm waiting for the next.
Okay, yes. Then you can. All right. Kindly, honorable members, if you have spoken, if you could kindly remove your cards so that others can have an opportunity. kindly remove your cards. I can see member for Chesume had spoken and his name is, he's got his card there, so if we can remove our cards. Okay, I'll now go to member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You can go next.
Join the rest of our colleagues in supporting the amendment by the Honorable Mole and the Honorable Gishimo to entrench the CDF, to also entrench the GAF, and to also create the Senate Oversight Fund through a constitutional amendment. Mr. Speaker, I think there is no gainsaying as to the work that CDF has done in this country. Members here have eloquently enumerated the several projects that have been done by CDF. As a first-time member of parliament, I have perused the records in my constituency. And one of the key things that touch our heart, touch the heart of women and our children, is that I've realized in every year, my predecessors were funding over 5,000 kids in secondary schools and over 2,000 kids through their university education. Today, Madam Speaker, as we debate here, many of those children who are benefiting from CDF, some of them are now not going to school because CDF has not been disbursed. Having said that, Madam Speaker, therefore, it is only prudent as a representative of the people of Kibwezi that we support CDF being entrenched in the Constitution so that the legal issues that have been bedeviling the fund can be dealt with once and for all. Madam Speaker, number two, I have also been following the legal battles that the CDF has gone through, from the High Court through the Court of Appeal, and recently the pronouncement at the Supreme Court. I think it has been clarified, Madam Speaker, that the decision of the Supreme Court did not affect the National Government CDF Act of 2015, but rather the predecessor of 203. And therefore, we wish to urge the board to move with speed now that the committees have begun to be being tabled in this house, to move with speed to disburse the fund, because the act that creates the fund currently is not annulled, as it were. But even as we say so, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, as we construe the law and the Constitution, I think we also need to take care as judges, as members of parliament, as ordinary citizens, that we do not elevate technicalities above the public good. That even as we look at CDF, we cannot look at CDF as a fund for a member of parliament. We have to look at CDF as a fund of the people, as a public interest fund. And when we are saying CDF is illegal, we must also exercise our mind as to what will happen to the thousands and thousands of poor children who go to school through that particular fund. I know, and without appearing to disparage the judiciary, that they know of children even within their own localities whose fees is paid through CDF. And therefore, by continuously looking at technicalities, the small issues, as it were, and ignoring public good, they are actually making the poor children to never access an important commodity known as education. Madam Speaker, we are looking at a constitutional amendment, and the threshold is quite high. Mr. Speaker, needs to be put as to what is an oversight fund as against CDF. In my understanding, CDF is a developmental fund. Developmental fund, it is not a fund for the member of parliament. It is a developmental fund that funds classrooms, that funds security, that funds bursaries. The oversight fund that is contemplated in this amendment is a fund to facilitate the senator to move around the county. Madam Speaker, I was computing. I am not very good in mathematics. I am good, but I am not as good. But the percentage that has been provided in the amendment, looking at the last audited accounts, translates to about 200 million or thereabout shillings per annum. And Madam Speaker, if you divide the 200 million with 47 counties, you realize that each county will get between 4 and 5 million. This is money for a senator to fuel their car, to move around the county, to see whether a project that the county government claims to have been done has actually been done. This is a fund for the senator to facilitate research on oversight of the devolved funds. And so, Madam Speaker, even as our colleagues in the Senate say that they require more funds, I wish to refer them that CDF also started from long before. I remember in my constituency in the year 2003, after President Mwai Kibaki took over the reins of power, and our member of parliament then was Richard Kalembe Ndile, may God rest his soul in eternal peace. We only got about 6 million shillings. That was the first disbursement. And therefore, we need to start from somewhere. And we need to distinguish that the money that the senators are going to be given is not money that is going to fund development. They are not going to be asked to build classrooms. They are not going to be asked to build police lines. They are not going to be asked to do bursaries. It is money to facilitate the office of the senator to undertake oversight. And therefore, in my view, we are beginning at a good place, and members of the public need to be advised properly so that we do not politic and lose such a progressive amendment. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to congratulate the member for Matungulu, also to congratulate the member for Gishugu, the Honorable Gishimu, for this well-thought-out amendment, for this very timely amendment, and to also pay tribute to the initiators, the original initiators of the idea of a constituency development fund, like has been said before, the Honorable Engineer Murwe Kariuki, and the third President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki, because if it did not start then, we could not be where we are. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I support the entrenchment when the time comes so that the issues of legality of CDF do not bedevil us anymore, because in my understanding, a constitutional provision cannot be declared unconstitutional. I therefore beg to support and will be to urge members to avail themselves in the House at the critical hour to make the voting to meet the threshold. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call upon member for Kisii County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion because CDF, as some perceive to be a loophole to put money in some individual pockets, there are so many people, Madam Speaker, including Donya, who is standing here from Kisii County, who has benefited from CDF bursaries. In fact, so many families can applaud CDF because it has paid bursaries to their needy children at various learning institutions. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, CDF has done a great control on the imbalances in regional development, which had been previously brought about by partisan politics. Talking about fighting poverty as leaders, what does the president even promise its people? He says, my government will protect, my government will provide. Then this is through CDF, the government is releasing resources to the vulnerable groups, to the grassroots. In fact, anyone fighting CDF should be seen as an enemy of fighting development. Let me say, for example, when you move around, you will see classes built by CDF. You will see projects funded by CDF. I stand to ask, what if this CDF was dealt away with? As per today, we should be discussing on how can we increase more resources to CDF so that we can even see our CDF issuing through the members of parliament and even through the women reps, sanitary pads to our young girls, some who cannot attend classes because they lack so. On top of it, even CDF should be added to provide school feeding programs to our school-going children, because there are some students who stay at school for the whole day without going for food because there is none that they can get at their homes. So members of this hallowed house, we should be trusted and not be treated as suspects. When you meet some few people out there who don't understand what it entails for the government to release these resources, they are saying that that is money meant for MPs as their pocket cash. Honestly, it has never been a pocket cash for a member of parliament who has its people in his or her thoughts, minding on how, like now January is around the corner. This time, there are students who are calling us, they are saying, help us so that we can clear our fee balances to enable us sit for the exam. So I arise to support that CDF is a rich thing for our constituents, and CDF is not a loophole for politicians to have petty cash, and CDF is very good and very good for our people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kisii. I now call upon Member for Kangema.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is to support the amendment to the Constitution, and first of all, congratulate Honorable Mule and also Honorable Geshimo, who came up with the idea on the amendment of the area on the Constitution. Madam Speaker, CDF has been a fad that every person, every child, and everybody in Kenya understands how it has been utilized and how it has been very helpful to the Kenyan people. I remember when I was in school, most of the activities of infrastructures in school were done by our parents, whereby you could find them even coming personally so that they don't have money, so that they can join hands. Instead of contribution, personally, they used to work in the construction site so that they can be able to keep their children in school. Madam Speaker, that has been normal. The responsibility now for our parent is paying for school fees. And also, the CDF now has gone further, is taking up the issue of payment of school fees for children, mostly tuition. It has taken up mostly for day schools. Madam Speaker, a child who is schooling on a day school, and our day school which are doing very well, can be able to be sponsored by CDF 100%, because the amount now is amount that a CDF can be able to afford. One thing I want to say is that the civil societies and those who has been going mostly to challenge the CDF fund, their intention is not for the Kenyans. Their motive is not to improve or to be able to assist our Kenyan people. Mostly is recognition, and maybe they think maybe by chance they may be caught and maybe may be talked about so that they can drop the issue. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate our members who thought that the best thing we can do now is to infringe it or to put it in the Constitution so that now we can put it down, and the charge of managing the civil societies is put to rest. Madam Speaker, as it is, the CDF Act 2015, NCDF Act 2015, as it is, there is no, the separation of power is very clear. Like for now, this, the majority leader today has read the list of the constituencies where the members of the board has been forwarded to NCDF. Those members, the advertisement were done by the DCC, who is now the devolved representative of the executive at the constituency level. Therefore, As it is, though we know that the charge was on CDF Act 2013, I think the best thing for now is to put it in the Constitution so that we may put it at rest. But as the NCDF Act 2015, the clear separation of power is very clear, that the board is being chosen and advertised by the DCC, and the board is extremely independent. Our role as members is just as patron and also being representative of people in raising the issues that they require us to do. Therefore, as it we are putting it, I want to support the motion, and also, I want to support the idea whereby we put our statement on the amendment. And Madam Speaker, I wish to call upon the members, we support the amendment so that we can be able to infringe it in the Constitution and so that we can be able to assist and support our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Tigania West, and I hope you have not spoken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this motion on the constitutional amendment to bring in the CDF and other funds into the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I thank God for this opportunity to have to discuss this issue. And I also thank the two Honorable Members, Gishimo and Honorable Mule, who seized the moment to basically bring this motion up so that we may be able to discuss it and propose things that probably we believe are important to put in this Constitution. Honorable Speaker, it is important for the government to go the fund way, because going the fund way enables us to do development in a better and more organized manner. And therefore, I support the idea of having CDF, of having National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, and the Empowerment Fund, the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund enshrined in the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, as I speak now, we have issues in many counties in this country. Some may not have come out as strongly and as violently as the major issues have been. Honorable Speaker, I feel that this motion is lacking in one dimension. All the members who are elected by the people deserve to go back to the people and report to them on development. There is no development that can be carried out without the participation of the members, and therefore it becomes a development that is owned fully by the people. I would like to propose that this constitutional amendment is further amended to include the World Fund. World Fund is one of the funds that is contentious in many wards today, because there is no clear description of the money that goes to the ward, to the constituents, to the counties, on what basically goes to the ward. It is not in the law, it is not in the Constitution, it is therefore illegal even to discuss the World Fund. And therefore I believe this motion could be amended to include the World Fund as well. I know this particular motion will also have to go to Senate. Senate have got their issues, even if we are including the Senate Oversight Fund. Senators have got an issue with the wards in their constituencies, and they basically support the MCAs in the oversight. It would also be good for us to declare a certain proportion of the money that goes to the counties as World Fund, purposely aimed at supporting development in specific wards. Honorable Speaker, guided funds are important in the sense that they also do development better. Looking at all these funds, they target specific areas. The scope is not in limit. We have various fronts that we need to do development in. There is water supply, there is security as enshrined in the as captured in CDF. There is also the issue of medical care. There are very many other issues that need to be looked into and therefore supported specifically. And therefore these funds are not in vain. And I believe if we integrate the World Fund as well, it would basically come in to support some of the specific areas like CDF is so guided. Honorable Speaker, to be closely, it is important that once this is done, and I believe members will support this in large numbers, we would like it to be immediately followed by a guiding legislation and regulations so that it is as precisely guided as the CDF. We would like funds guided, and therefore these guidelines be exposed or be discussed by the people so that people know how much money should be going to what kind of activity on development endeavor. CDF is very specifically guided, and people know that 5% of CDF has got to go to bursaries. They know that about 6% goes to managing the office. They know about 6% again goes to the emergencies. And while at emergencies, Honorable Speaker, I want to point out one thing. CDF enables us to respond in real time when there is an emergency because the money is already there. If there was an emergency, like for instance, the roof of a building, of a classroom block has been blown off by the roof, and by wind. And then we have to go to the national government to look for money. The bureaucracies involved and the rigidities that we have, structural and otherwise, would not enable such an action to be taken as fast as it probably and deserving. Therefore, the response to emergencies is in real time, and those guidelines are very, very important. We therefore would like to emphasize that these funds, even though integrated in the Constitution, must be as precisely defined in terms of the functions they are going to undertake and in terms of areas of focus in view of the development endeavors they are going to target. Honourable Speaker, it is important to note that we need to modernize our backgrounds. We need to modernize our areas in terms of development. Development is not just about bringing in new things. CDF has the flexibility to modernize schools, and this has helped us have better and new schools in most of the areas. It has helped us finish up schools that were left unfinished. It has helped us bring down the structures that are dangerous to the pupils and students, and therefore it is a very good fund. And I believe if it is integrated in the Constitution, as much as the other funds are also integrated in the Constitution, it would help us to even be better, focused and be sure that we are going to do the right thing when the time comes. Honourable Speaker, it is important for us to clear out the matters on CDF and NG-CDF at this point in time. NG-CDF is as per the 2015 legislation and the follow-up regulations of 2016. The CDF was 2013 legislation. What has gone to court, and I would like the Kenyans to know this because they're asking a lot of questions, what went to court is CDF 2013. The members of parliament, and even with a lot of consultations in view of public participation, and already realized there were problems in CDF. And therefore, they went back to the House, this particular House, came up with a law that is called National Government Constituencies Development Fund, and this fund has clearly and precisely described what needs to be done. So it is no longer ambiguous. There are no areas that are unclear. There is nothing that is not transparent in CDF, and therefore the court issue does not necessarily focus on NG-CDF. It does talk about CDF, which this House had already done away with. Honourable Speaker, it is important for us to look at how do these funds target development and clear out struggles. The public participation initiated before investment is very key. People themselves come and say, this is what we would like to be done in our area. So during the planning session, although you could have a FOA plan, which is in long-term or medium-term plan, you could always interpret this plan in terms of the people's specific needs. And once you give them to their needs, you supply them to their needs, the fund is precisely used, and it is much more appreciated than any money or any development that befalls our people without having been pre-announced. Honourable Speaker, CDF and many other funds that we are discussing today give people hope and more hope. I'm talking about more hope because today, what the greatest questions that we are answering as members of parliament is when shall we have the bursary? Because people have gone through a period of drought, there has been a lot of famine across the country, there is no money to take children to school, some of them are already doing their exams this year, and therefore they are asking, when shall we have the bursary? The bursary supports more than 70% of the children that go to school and supports them significantly so. So very well tailored and very well targeted, this money can help a great deal. Therefore, putting it in the Constitution removes any form of doubt, guards this money against any form of intrusion, and helps us to plan far into the future. And we appreciate the fact that CDF is also focusing on the numbers, because when we were campaigning last time, we were talking about 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. So CDF should also focus on 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, in the sense that what has already been instituted and what we saw at the beginning of this session of Parliament is that CDF will target the number of wants that we have. that if you have 5 wands, you get a little bit more than anybody who has 4, and any person who has got 6 wands will get more money. That means we are prorating development. We are trying to increase equity. So these funds, when they come in, there is need for us to also incorporate equity, in the sense that whatever it is that is being done should target the people, because it is our people that we develop. It is not the area, it's not the expansiveness of an area, it is not anything else but the people. So, Honorable Speaker, I am happy that this has come in time, and I pray that members of this House will support this particular motion, and we shall amend the Constitution to integrate these funds as much as we are also going to include the World Fund. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Member for Jomvu constituency.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Mimi pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuungana na wenzangu kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Mule ambaye ni rafiki yangu, na vile vile Mheshimiwa Gishimu kwa kuja na marekebisho haya ya CDF. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sasa tunaona tunaelekea kwenye mwelekeo mzuri, kwa sababu kupitia hazina hii ya maeneo bunge kuwekwa kamili katika katiba yetu itaondoa ule msukosuko ambao ulikuwa kila mara tukipelekwa kotini kutoka wakati wa nyuma mpaka hivi karibuni. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa itakuwa ni kisheria, na kama wanenaji wenzangu walivyosema, Mheshimiwa Spika, tusiyazungumze haya tu katika pale sehemu za maharusi ama za masherehe nje kule, lakini ikifika wakati wa kupigia kura kabisa marekebisho ya mswada huu, ni muhimu wajumbe wote tuko hapa bunge ili kuunga mkono jambo kama hili, kuona tumeweza kulipitisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi leo nazungumza nikiwa na furaha sana juu ya hizi hazina ya eneo bunge, kwa sababu eneo bunge langu mimi la Jomvu lilikatwa kuwa eneo bunge jipya kutoka mwaka 2013, ambapo wakati huo Mheshimiwa Spika, eneo bunge langu tulikuwa tukitaka huduma mpaka tuende kwenye eneo bunge la Changamwe. Ni kupitia wakati huo 2013 ambao eneo bunge hili liliundwa, na ambapo mimi nilibahatika kuwa ndio mjumbe wa kwanza kwenye eneo bunge hilo mpaka sasa kwa mara ya 3. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuchukua fursa hii kumpongeza Commissioner Makau Kingola. Najua anataka kunambia yuko katika hatua ya kinidhamu, ilikuwa sikuweza kumtaja, lakini ni mheshimiwa rafiki yangu ambaye nataka kusema kuwa nampongeza kwa kuchaguliwa kama commissioner, na vile vile ni mtu ambaye nilifanya naye kazi kutoka mwaka 2013 nikiwa katika chama cha Wiper Democratic Movement. Vile vile nachukua fursa hii kumpongeza ndugu yangu Mohamed Ali, na vile vile ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Amishi Mboko. Sasa leo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema kuwa CDF ama pesa hizi za hazina ya eneo bunge ndizo ambazo zimeniwezesha kuweka makao makuu katika sehemu ya Jomvu, yani sub county headquarters, ambao zamani ilikuwa hakuna. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo ni hazina hii ya eneo bunge ambao imetuwezesha kujenga mashule kama vile Maganda Primary School, ambapo ni mahali ambako kulikuwa hakuna shule wakati wa nyuma. Sisi Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa watoto wetu wakitoka Miritini wakienda mpaka Kwale County, mahali ambao kunaitwa Mwamdudu. Leo hii Mheshimiwa Spika, nimejenga shule hapo inayoitwa Maganda. Mheshimiwa, nimetengeneza shule mahali panapoitwa Kibarani, ambapo ni mahali palipokuwa panajulikana ni mahali hatari na hapawezi kupelekwa maendeleo katika sehemu hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mahali ambapo sisi tunapakana na Rabai, ambako kulikuwa hakuna shule ya upili. Leo nimeweka shule ya upili inayoitwa Miroroni. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi niko na wadi 3. Pesa hizi za eneo bunge zimeniwezesha kuweka polisi katika kila eneo katika wadi zangu zile. Vile vile namshukuru Mungu, kupitia pesa hizi ndio zilituwezesha kuweka ofisi za ma-ACCs na machifu wangu katika kila sublocation ama katika kila kata ya eneo langu. Mheshimiwa Spika, wengi wamezungumza hapa kuhusu watoto kusomeshwa. Na leo Mheshimiwa Spika, nasema mtoto wa kike na mtoto wa kiume ni wajibu kusomeshwa na ni wajibu kusoma. Leo nikisimama hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nina furaha kubwa sana kwa ajili wewe ambaye ni spika wetu ulioko hapo, ndiye ulimwepisha Rais Uhuru Kenyatta pale Kasarani ukiwa katika mahakama. Mimi na imani kuwa nafasi ile hungeweza kuwa registrar wakati ule kama si elimu yako ambayo imeweza kufikisha hapo. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunakukumbuka wewe wakati ulipokuwa commissioner katika Electoral Commission. Hii na imani kuwa ni elimu yako ndio iliyokufikisha pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo wewe uko hapo kama spika ambaye unatuendeleshea bunge hili. Naamini ni elimu ambayo imeweza kufikisha hapo. Na niko na imani rais wa kwanza wa Kenya utakuwa wewe Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa vile elimu ile ambayo uko nayo. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema pesa hizi za hazina ya maeneo bunge zimefanya mambo mengi. Leo mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia katika eneo la Pwani, mtoto aliyefanya mtihani mwaka jana, ambaye mtoto yule anatoka katika shule ya Amani Primary School, ndio alikuwa mtoto bora katika Coast Province yetu nzima, ama katika what can I call a province? Wilaya. Not wilaya. Mkoa. Katika mkoa mzima. Na msichana huyu ni kupitia CDF ambao tuliweka scholarship program, sisi tukampeleka mpaka kule Kisumu mahali alipopata shule. Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa furaha kwa sababu mamake hakujua ilikuwa ataweza kumwendeleza msichana yule anaitwa Lisa Adhiambo elimu mahali gani ambapo atapata pesa kumpeleka. Lakini ni kupitia ofisi ya mjumbe, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambapo tulimlipia fee ya mwaka mzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kumtia motisha msichana yule, tukamkatia tikiti ya ndege kutoka Mombasa mpaka Kisumu. Kwa hivyo niko na imani hii ni njia moja ambayo tumeweza kubadilisha maisha ya watu wengi. Na katika kipengee hichi cha marekebisho kukiweka katika katiba, litatuondolea wale ambao shughuli yao ni kupinga kile linaloendelea katika bunge hili. Kwa hivyo kuna watu wengi ambao walitupeleka kotini kwa mara nyingi, kama mjumbe wa Tigania mwenzangu alivyozungumza pale hivi, na tukaweza kupambana wakati wa nyuma katika makoti. Leo hii Mheshimiwa Mule na Mheshimiwa Gishimu anaweka historia ya kwa kuwa leo tuwe bunge, kesho hata tukiwa tumestaafu katika ulimwengu ama ulingo wa siasa, wanaokuja hawataweza kusumbuliwa tena, kwa ajili hii pesa itakuwa iko katika katiba, na vile vile wataingia katika historia ya kwa kuwa wao ndio waliopigania, na sisi pia tutaingia katika historia kwa sisi pia tuliweza kuunga mkono kwa mambo kama haya. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nazungumza kwa sababu eneo bunge langu la Jomvu, mambo mengi sana ambayo tumefanya ni kupitia na pesa hizi za hazina ya eneo bunge ya CDF. Katika kila wodi yangu tumeendeleza mambo kadha wa kadha, ambao leo mimi Mheshimiwa Spika nataka kusema walemavu kwa mara ya kwanza tumewakumbuka kwa kuwekea special classrooms katika Amani katika kwa Shea Primary School na Miritini World Bank, ili pia wao wajihisi ni binadamu kama binadamu wengine. Pesa ni ya CDF ambao tumeweza kuwajengea hizo special classrooms. Kwa hivyo leo, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kuunga mkono hoja hii ambayo Mheshimiwa Mule na Mheshimiwa Gishimo wameweza kuileta, na vile vile kusema kuwa ikifika wakati wa kuweza kupigia kura marekebisho haya, sote tuwe katika bunge hili ili kuona tumeweza kupitisha mambo haya. Kwa hayo, Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii kukushukuru kwa kunipatia nafasi ya kuchangia katika hoja hii. Asante sana.
Asante sana mbunge wa Jomvu. Asante kwa yale uliyasema, nitasema inshallah. Now I would like to call upon member for Kitui West. Member for Kitui West, you're out of order. You do not rise. If you want to make a point of order, just press the intervention button. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this discussion on anchoring the CDF and the other funds into our constitution. Let me, first of all, congratulate the two members who have come up with this discussion and say that they did the right thing, because CDF especially has transformed our country tremendously. If it were not for the CDF, we would not be where we are in our constituencies. And this makes Kenya actually look very beautiful, look like a country which has really been transformed as far as developments are concerned. This has tremendously also contributed to the education of our children. Because if you look at CDF, education is the only equalizer, because it will make a child from a poor family perform well and be able to even be considered among others who are coming from rich families. So entrenching this in the Constitution is very, very important, so that we stop the court cases every now and then. It is through the CDF where we came up with the day mixed schools. And these day mixed schools have really transformed education, because the pupils and also students who go to day mixed schools have the opportunity to even have education in secondary schools, a case which was not there before. There are some students who could not have afforded, parents who would not have afforded to go take their children to secondary school because of the huge amounts of school fees. And now, because of CDF, we are able to construct mixed day schools. We are able to also pay the little amount of fee which is expected to be paid for day mixed schools. And therefore, this has enabled very, very many students to actually have the opportunity to go to secondary schools, and not only secondary schools, to even access a university education, colleges, and what have you. So CDF has made education possible, therefore making our people be equal to each other. So parents no longer do arambees. And if actually this time in age, if they were to do arambees, it would be very costly, and it will not be possible to even have this education or these pupils educated, because the parents can no longer afford to do arambees and come up, build the schools. So I am standing up to actually support the discussion and say that apart from the programs which are done by CDF, as we amend, we can also bring amendments to also include school feeding programs. And this can also be anchored in the CDF. We can also include things like programs like Kazi Mtaani, and this would really help the youth who have not been employed, who have not been educated well, this would enrich the CDF because it is the only fund whereby you take the fund as a grant and you don't have to pay as though it's a loan. Other funds like WESO Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, Youth Funds, you take and then you have to pay back. But for CDF, it's actually free money, especially to our poor students, especially to our poor parents. And this has really helped in transforming and developing our country and also educating our pupils to ensure that they get the best and also get money which they don't have to pay back. Because if it was in terms of loans, then it would be very difficult to even repay this amount of money. If you look at help you also have to take and repay back. But with bursaries from CDF, this one is free and therefore makes it possible for pupils to be educated without having to pay back. And I would say that as I support the CDF, I would also support the other funds and say, especially for the CDF, right now we have a lot of problems. There is a lot of famine, especially in some of the counties. There are some 29 counties where there's a lot of famine. There are also areas there's a lot of famine. And if people cannot afford food, to buy food, surely what about education? That means it's very clear that most pupils are not now going to school. Most students are not going to school because they do not have the bursaries. Because in the schools I've talked about, the day mixed secondary schools, almost 90%, 80 to 90% is paid through, can be paid through bursaries. And this ensures that the pupils stay in school. But during this time of famine, when the parents cannot afford food, then they can also not afford to pay school fees. And therefore, I'm asking the government to release funds for CDF, because the CDF, which is in question, is the one for 2013, the one which was declared unconstitutional. But the NG CDF for 2015 is still constitutional. So immediately the boards, the committees are in place. I urge the government to release the money immediately so that the pupils do not continue to lose in their education, because that means they would perform poorly if they actually stay at home. I would also suggest that we increase the funds so that we can also increase the amount from bursary, and this will really help the parents. I'm also supporting the other funds, the GAF, and also the money for empowerment, for the oversight for the Senate. I'm also supporting those ones. But CDF is very crucial for our pupils, and the parents and everyone, every Kenyan is supporting this. So I support this, and I say that let's anchor this in the Constitution, and also try to amend where possible so that we don't always have to and fro cases in court. With that, Speaker, I support the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kitui West. I now call upon Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion, a motion that comes in at a time when many of our students across the country, many of our peoples across the country are wondering whether they will indeed see again national NGC CDF. And Madam Speaker, I want to just thank the Honorable Members Gishumo and Stephen Mule for co-sponsoring this to us. Madam Speaker, when you look at this country, one of the things I think we really neglected is to put in a clear policy on how schools and even primary schools, secondary schools, will have their funding that government is able to support. But we also want to thank government for standing firm in ensuring it is within CDF that this development can be able to trickle down within the constituencies. Today, as we speak, Madam Speaker, we have our students who are about to just do exams, and I am imagining we need classrooms for those of year 6. We need classrooms, Madam Speaker, for those who are joining Form 1. Some schools need dining halls at the moment because they are wondering what is going to happen. And we are looking at a serious, where this House has to come very firm and to even one day adjourn and debate to understand how our children of grade 6 and those who are joining Form 1 are going to join either in high schools, or are we going to enable them to retain them in the primary schools, where we still need these funds to come in and the funds to really be, to ensure by December and January, these funds have gone to the ground. We have children who have been under bursary. We are wondering, some of them are Form 4s, Madam Speaker. We are wondering whether they will be sitting for their exams because most of them have not cleared their school fees. But having said that, Madam Speaker, when you look at this motion, it gives us an opportunity as Member of Parliament to look and scrutinize and be able now to look at the different funds that we have, the National Government Constituency Development Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, Madam Speaker, and the Economic Stimulus Empowerment Fund. Having been nominated in the Senate, Madam Speaker, today, as the Honorable Martha of Gilgil explained very well, that it is no longer for us to say this is a house where you will never be. If you would want to move as a woman from the National Assembly, you would go now as a senator or as a governor, Madam Speaker. And therefore, you would want to see each arm within Parliament being able to go back, oversight, look at the funds that are going, especially the funds that goes to governor. I would tell you, I have been a speaker in the county assemblies. A senator is one person who is so vulnerable, he will not even know what is happening in his or her county, because one of the things that he has never or had or been able to do is to participate fully, especially when they start their CIDP and when they come now to budgeting and be able now to implement the projects. The senator will always find the document that now the controller of budget has finalized after implementation of everything, is when you're calling your governor to question why these resources were spent or mismanaged. And therefore, the Oversight Fund is going to support them. It's not about just supporting. It's not about, it's not giving them a token, because it's like we look at these funds, even the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. I remember, Madam Speaker, how you fought, all of you, to ensure, because at one point it was just going. And so many have realized that that fund has built markets. Women have been able to do trade with it. They have been able to even find themselves with grants with their merry-go-rounds. And therefore, if we are able to now ensure that we put this into the Constitution, I think first of all, we will now clear the barrier of every day being in court. Madam Speaker, the Economic Stimulus Package and Empowerment Fund is a critical fund. It is a fund that will come and support the government in many of the challenges that they are facing after post-COVID. And therefore, you remember there was a time we had a serious economic stimulus package that supported many. You will find that women in trade, youth, they will need this economic stimulus and economic empowerment fund. And therefore, even as we continue and ensuring that at the end we will come as a team and support this motion and ensure that we pass it with the numbers that are precise and numbers that are needed, I think this House, one of the things that we must ask ourselves is, even in the few months, many Kenyans are confused. I know within Dagoretti North, many have been questioning, where is CDF? Why is it that we are not seeing projects? Why is it that we are not seeing programs that are running? Why is it that they have not been sensitized, even in the new act? And I think one of the things also we have to do is, let us go back and sensitize our constituencies so that they are able to understand that, one, the act has changed. Two, it is more not for the honorable member, but it is a fund now that is supporting the national government to ensure development goes within the constituencies. Yet it has been ring-fenced to ensure that we deal with security, we deal with schools, we deal with bursaries, education, and I think it is important also for the citizens to know that, because at the moment, most of them think it is the old CDF way of doing things, where Mheshimiwa will pick just a committee and bring and decide how things run. I think it is important for them to know we have fund managers, and those fund managers are from the different constituencies, and you cannot have a fund manager from your own constituency. It is important also for them to know that, so that as we move forward, and we want to see each constituency, the 290, let us have fund managers from each, but they will be now reshuffled to be taken to different constituencies. But let us also have a clear regional balance, so that we don't find one constituency having 10 fund managers and another one has none. Let us try and balance. And I think, being a member of that committee, we'll try and look at everything and ensure also members are able to find what they need. For me, the Senate, this is an oversight fund that I'm hoping now will change the way they look at things, will change the way they will be now able to go to the ground and do public participation within what they are doing, and to also go and enlighten Kenyans to understand also the role of the Senate properly. And for us, those who are within the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, it is important also. Let us sensitize both our citizens to understand all these funds. For me, Madam Speaker, I just want to say this is a good way forward for us. And I think as this 13th Parliament, I have seen since we started, most of the things we are trying to be very bipartisan, so that we work together, so that we don't polarize so many of these things. And I'm hoping the media will not also polarize this, so that again we lose focus. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you, Member for Dagoretti North. I now call upon Member for Kitui Central. Oh, sorry, Kitui Rural.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Also, to hear my views on this legislative proposal. But before I go on, let me first of all thank the people of Kitui Rural for re-electing me for second time to serve them. I also want to thank the members of Parliament who came to support me, because my election was postponed. And also, I would like to also to thank my party leader, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo, for their support. Madam Speaker, I want to say that on the onset, I support this legislative proposal, and I want to thank Honorable Mule and Honorable Kishimo for bringing forward this motion, so that we can be able to anchor NCDF, GAF, Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund, and Senate Oversight Fund for monitoring. Madam Speaker, the importance of CDF cannot be understated. And anybody who is trying to belittle CDF or to scrap CDF is an enemy of this country, is an enemy of the people who have been elected and sitting in this august house. And I assure you, without CDF, most of us will not have come back to this parliament. And without CDF, most of us will not come back, I'll assure you. Because what are you going to tell people you have done for them after 5 years? CDF is the only fund which can be seen on the ground. It's the only fund which supports the low-income people. CDF has been able to do a lot in terms of school infrastructure, building new schools, classrooms, dormitories, dining halls, and innovation of schools. I'll tell you where I come from, because the poverty levels in Kitui County is quite high. Before CDF, the classrooms, the schools, especially the primary schools, were constructed using mud. But now when you go to the schools, now you find them that now the schools are constructed using blocks. Now that is a very good thing, because a good school, if a good school is good, then you expect good grades. CDF has been able to give bursaries and scholarships to many schools, to many students. As we speak now, many students are at home because their parents cannot be able to afford school fees. I'm very sure most of us, the members of parliament, cannot even sleep in our homes because parents are looking for us from left, right, center, so that we can be able to give them money. And again, you know very well that we don't have that kind of money to fund, to give school fees. CDF has been used to construct chief's offices and police stations, which is very important for security of our people. Madam Speaker, these funds, when they are being used to construct schools, we use local people to construct. We use local business people to do their works. Therefore, when they are doing this work, CDF is supporting the local economy because these people have something to do, they are employing people, and people are getting incomes. When it comes to GAF, but before I go to the GAF, we need to increase CDF because I assume if I get double what I was getting, we are going to do a lot more than we have been doing. GAF, understand GAF, the women representatives, they are given only 7 million per constituency, which to me is too little. So even this fund needs to be increased so that at least the impact of the fund can be able to be seen. Senate Oversight Fund. This is an issue which has been long discussed. And you know, at times, this parliament, we are also enemy of ourselves. I remember this proposal came to this parliament, and it was ignored. The work of the Senate, the senators to oversight the counties is very important. If you look at the misuse of funds by the counties is too high. In fact, there are some counties which have got so many billions, but they cannot even show anything which has been done with the funds. So we need to give the counties, the Senate, the oversight funds so that they can be able to do their monitoring and evaluation of what is happening in the counties. Madam Speaker, I have a problem, a small problem with the economic stimulus, but I don't have a problem with empowerment fund. Because empowerment fund is going to cater for women empowerment, men empowerment, youth empowerment, and also persons living with stability and disability. But the definition of economic stimulus does not fit into this. Because economic economic stimulus is an action by the government to encourage private sector economic activity by engaging in targeted expansionary monetary and fiscal policy. And this action is taken during recession. Recession is when the economy is not working, to help jumpstart the economy and enhance growth, economic growth and create jobs. And Madam Speaker, the first stimulus program was done in 2010, is when we had the first economic program. And that one was very successful because the economy grew by 8%, which was the largest growth in the history of Kenya. 22 billion shillings were used to construct schools, horticultural markets, juakali sheds, public health centers, and also fish ponds. For the first time, we had fish ponds in Central Province. And Boni Kenya people, that's the first time they started eating fish. For the first time, we were sufficient in fish production. So that one was very, very important and very, very useful to this country. The second one was done in 2020, 2021, and 53 billion shillings were used. I'm not very sure the impact of that money, because this one was supposed to cushion Kenyans during from the COVID effect. But I'm not very sure if that fund was really used properly and what was the impact. So my proposal is that to the drafters, that they remove the word economic stimulus from the empowerment. So we remain with the empowerment fund, because economic stimulus is something different than what we are looking at. On the issue of empowerment program, I think also we need to have a structure on how we are going to disperse that money. Otherwise, you can have money, and this money will not be able to help the people who are targeted. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Thank you, Member for Kitui Rural. Now we'll have the member for Embakasi Central, Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me say from the onset that I like to support this bill by Honorable Mure and Honorable Gishimo. But before then, let me take this chance to thank God and the people of Embakasi Central constituency and Kenyans at large for giving me this chance to serve in the 13th Parliament, being my second term as a member of Parliament. I also want to congratulate the people of Kenya for the way they voted, remained calm, and agreed that the government that was elected and let it work without those things that demonstration that we used to say to see. So I thank every Kenyan who participated in this election. On the issue of the NGCDF, Madam Speaker, myself as a member of Parliament who was present in the 12th Parliament, and also who was a member of the NGCDF Committee of the National Assembly, I think this motion is timely, because we had been having that problem of the NGCDF being anchored in the Constitution. And I want to say that the NGCDF, the GAF, this money has been helping very many Kenyans. As we speak, very many students are at home, university students and secondary school students. They are at home for lack of school fees, because most of them have been relying on bursaries that we usually issue, both the members of Parliament and the county MPs. So, Madam Speaker, I support this. The NGCDF has been helping very many needy cases, like actually in Nairobi. We have shortage of classrooms. Using the NGCDF money, we have been able to build very many classrooms that are helping us reduce the number and the ratio of student to the teacher that is supposed to be 1:40, where Nairobi we have a ratio of 1:100. So, Madam Speaker, I urge the House, and when the bill goes to the public participation, I urge the people that they should support these amendments. Madam Speaker, in the NGCDF Act, there is 2.5%, I think 2.5 or 2%, that is supposed to be used for environment. And this money will also go a long way in helping each and every constituency in taking care of their environment, e.g. planting trees and cleaning of rivers. If you see that, we are talking about climatic change as of now. But the big problem is that trees have been, we haven't planted as many trees, and we're using the NGCDF money. Many members will be able to add on this number of number of trees. Madam Speaker, if you visit very many constituencies, when you are visiting the constituencies, the money that you see or the development that you see, they are actually 90%. In every constituency, you will see a development project that has been done using the CDF. So, Madam Speaker, I support that this one, the bill by Honorable Gishimo and Honorable Muri, we should all support. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to urge members that we should concentrate on if it's about changing the Constitution or anchoring anything in the Constitution, we should so much concentrate on issues that are Wajiko driven, not these issues of term limits and other things. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Kwanza constituency. Is he in the House? Honorable John Badi, is he in the House? The next chance will go to the member for Mukurweini, John Kagusha. The microphone for Honorable Kagusha.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to support the motion on the floor of the House. And this particular bill, which has to do with the CDF, anchoring the CDF into the Constitution, is something that I think as a member is going to be of much benefit to us as a country. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that as Kenya Kwanza government, this must be our preoccupation, whereby we are going to be concentrating on bills that are going to be of benefit to the common mwananchi. And CDF bill is such a bill that is going to help our people to improve their lives as it has done before. But as Speaker, I have been a chairman of CDF for a long time. And when I was chair of CDF, I got to know that a lot of people in this country actually depend on the finances and the funding that comes from this kitty. You'll understand that a lot of our children are going to school and are going to, get education through the CDF funds that they get through the CDF bursary. Madam Speaker, if we were to have this fund withdrawn, I'm not very sure that there is any other way that we are able to reach to the grassroots, which have so far been reached by the CDF kitty. I do not imagine that the county governments will be able to handle and of course, you know this is not in their mandate. I'm not very sure that the DCCs and the provincial administration is able in any way to bring together the children who are needy in the villages, as has been done by the CDF in the past. Honorable Speaker, I know for sure that the CDF kitty has helped very many children, especially who have been admitted to national schools, to provincial schools, and of course has also sustained the day schools over the time. And so, any member who is in their right frame of mind must and will find this CDF kitty very, very important to be enacted in law. Honorable Speaker, as we are speaking, the CDF kitty, again, has a component that deals with the environment. You understand that 2.5% of the CDF kitty actually deals with the environment. And these amounts of money that go to environment through the CDF kitty have helped a lot to increase the forest cover, to increase the fruit trees in our villages, in schools, in public institutions. And so it means that once we put this into constitution again, we are going to improve our ability and capacity to increase our forest cover. All of us are aware that as we are going on here, we have the COP27 conference that is now going on in Egypt. And it is focusing so much on the issue of improving our environment through increasing our forest cover, planting trees, and of course, looking at reducing emissions across the world and the globe. And so, CDF focuses on this particular component, which is so important to us. Honorable Speaker, CDF again focuses on the component on sports. We know a lot of our young people depend on the leagues that are organized through the CDF kitty. And so, enacting the CDF kitty into the constitution means that we are going to be taking care of these young people who require this attention, who require this support from their members of parliament and of course from their government, so that they are able to participate in athletics activities, football activities, and all the other sporting activities. And we know very well that in fact athletics has become a livelihood for a number of our citizens in this country when they have triumphed internationally. Madam Speaker, what I think we actually need to be looking at again is in fact increasing and enlarging the mandate which the CDF kitty can be able to address. When I served as a chairman of the CDF was before the devolution came about, and so at that particular time CDF was focusing on a broad spectrum of mandate. But today CDF has been reduced to mainly a few of the social intervention areas and security and education. I dare say CDF need to address issues of small irrigation schemes in the villages, where we have people who want to do hydrants, we have people who need small dams and pipes to help them pump water or get water into their farms. CDF should be able to help in that. And I do not see in any way any overlapping roles here between the CDF and the county government funds, especially when it comes to the issue of small irrigation projects, whereas we depend on the National Irrigation Board and the county governments to probably have bigger irrigation projects. I know for sure if I had the CDF to be able to do this, irrigation schemes, some of them that are in Mukurweini, would actually be comfortably be handled in this. I am reminded of the micro irrigation scheme, which was actually started by CDF kitty, and later on it was taken up by other donor funding, and now it has become a huge irrigation scheme. I'm reminded again of the Sagana irrigation scheme, Iganjo irrigation scheme. Also we have Igoda in Gekondi irrigation scheme. And I mean, we can be able to start even very many other irrigation schemes that we can be able to support, Madam Speaker. And I want to once again also echo some of the sentiments that have been echoed by our members and also our political party, that as members of parliament, we must be preoccupied much more with the issues that are going to be dealing with the Wanjiko. And I know the Honorable Benjamin has also raised that issue. our members and our party must be preoccupied much more on the issues of enacting CDF into law, into the constitution, and we must desist from diversionary tactics by some of the members to talk about issues of term limits, which are not necessary, which are not important, and which cannot help our country to move forward. So as an assembly, as a country, as Kenya Kwanza government, we must be focused much more on the issues that are going to be helping Wanjiko. And I want to say, and I want to ask our citizens not to pay attention to those diversionary voices that have been heard, especially today, about issues of term limits. And I want to say that we as members of National Assembly will be very clear on our mandate. We are very clear, as the President has put it, that ours is to ensure our people are uplifted from poverty, are lifted from the bottom and taken to a higher position where they are able to fend for themselves. Ours is to ensure that we have money into Kenyans' pockets so that they are able to run their day-to-day lives without much struggle. Madam Speaker, I want to put it at that so that I can be able to leave a few more minutes to other members. But Madam Speaker, I must say that as an assembly, as a National Assembly, we must remain focused on the main agenda, which is to uplift our people's lives through these kind of bills that are of importance to our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next chance will go to the Honorable Member for Kilome, 3rd years, Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And let me first thank my people from Kilome constituency for electing me the second time to serve them. Madam Speaker, I rise to comment on the proposed legislative proposal to amend the Constitution so that it captures the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the National Affirmative Action Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, and the Economic Stimulus Empowerment Fund. Madam Speaker, let me first thank the two colleagues, Honorable Ngishimu and Mule, for their effort to co-sponsor the proposal as one of key and critical business for this 13th Parliament. Earlier on, there have been lots of confusion about the existence of the NGCDF. Madam Speaker, after the courts pronounced themselves on the same regarding the constitutionality of this CDF Act, Madam Speaker, CDF fund was brought up sometimes in 2003. After the Kibaki government came into power, an idea which was borrowed from India and Ghana, one of the cardinal values in transparency and accountability, which equates the whole exercise to public scrutiny from different facets of government, both public and private. The main purpose for this fund is to address socio-economic development of the people at the constituency level, as it is designed to reduce poverty and enhance regional equity. Madam Speaker, historically, Kenya has been labeled as a nation with immense levels of unjust opportunities amongst its people and the communities, as it was consumed since independence. Madam Speaker, the fund over the years tried to elevate communities which have rather been left behind by the infrastructural developments and projects, contribution in education in terms of school fees payment to the needy students. And Madam Speaker, as I stand here, I have sponsored over 300 students in my constituency from since I was elected in 2017. Out of the 300 students which are fully sponsored with the full scholarship, around 200 have now finished Form 4. They are joining colleges, universities with grade A and better grades. And this has been facilitated by the funds through the CDF. Madam Speaker, we have built so many schools in my constituency, both primary and secondary schools. There are so many dilapidated classes, especially in primary schools. We've modernized them. So anybody who is in denial about the CDF fund, I think is an enemy of the people in this republic. Madam Speaker, the inclusion of NGCDF fund under the National Affirmative Action Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, and the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund shall ensure such funds are ring-fenced and permanently entrenched in the Constitution to avoid incidental threats from developing legislations and court decisions, which for years have sought to invalidate the existence of these funds. This is the highest time the 13th Parliament is supposed to be firm on this exercise. Madam Speaker, the introduction of the Senate Oversight Fund shall strengthen the operations of the devolved function in a manner that is strictly done in compliance with the law to reduce privileges. The fund shall enable the upper house to ensure that the counties shall perform their function without the earlier experience and unprecedented delays, so that the citizens can benefit in time. Madam Speaker, if you go around in all the constituencies, you will realize that the only fiscal and development infrastructure are from the NGCDF. Counties have been getting billions of monies, but when you compare with whatever little we get from NGCDF, the development is immeasurable. Madam Speaker, despite trying to entrench these funds to the current constitution, there is need to raise these funds from the current 2.5% to at least 5%. Madam Speaker, I can confirm that if these funds truly are increased from the current percentage, you'll find that all the counties will just come to benchmark in the constituencies. Madam Speaker, I challenge the counties to make sure that they reduce their wages and at the same time increase the number of projects they can manage, Madam Speaker. Let me say that, Madam Speaker, if you compare the number of staff in the constituency level, most of the constituencies have less than 10 staffs, and they execute and they manage and they protect this fund so that we can see whatever is being done to the people goes down to the constituency level. Importantly, in addition, Mr. Speaker, the economic stimulus fund shall be key as it shall align with the current Kenya, with the current government, so that we can access, the people down there, whatever we call Wanjiku, can access the funds. Though we need to review the funds because it will be like a duplication of the WESO fund, Madam Speaker. We need to check into that so that we don't duplicate the funds. Madam Speaker, inclusion of such funds in the Constitution, and more so, the NGCDF shall ensure all running and ongoing projects shall be concluded to the benefit of respective constituents, and also shall not have ghost projects in the expense of taxpayers' money and at the inconvenience of the actual recipients of such projects. Madam Speaker, there are some constituencies which have major projects costing over 20 million. There has been provision of several phases. You can do phase 1 like for 5 million, phase 2 another 5 million. And Madam Speaker, you find that if these funds are not, if the funds do not trickle down to the constituencies, these projects might be a white elephant. Madam Speaker, NGCDF remains to be one of the closely monitored funds, and its utilization has met the expectation of the citizens. Reports from the Office of the Auditor General has also attested that there has been minimal cases of mismanagement due to its utilization criteria and the mandatory approvals before during and after undertaking the projects. Madam Speaker, as we speak now, at the constituency level, some students are still at home. Why? Because the parents they are very needy. We have, very needy students whose parents cannot afford to pay for them their school fees. We have orphans who are needy and bright. So, Madam Speaker, nobody should make a mistake of ignoring these funds, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is prudent to note that the fund has trickled down on the very last residents of the respective constituencies, since the choice of projects is done on need basis after detailed assignment by the NGCDF committees. Madam Speaker, we do a lot of public participation so that the residents in every constituency are satisfied with the projects which they really in need of. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I would urge members of this House to move with speed and try to entrench this fund so that no busybodies can just wake up in the morning and rush to the courts to deny the Kenyan citizen their rights for development and benefit from this fund. Honorable Speaker, I raise my case and I conclude by saying, members, let us be alert on this fund and all will be well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Teso South, Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important legislative proposal to anchor CDF, NGCDF funds into the Constitution. Madam Speaker, CDF and its achievement over time across the country cannot be gainsaid. Madam Speaker, there are families in this country, vulnerable, very bright children, needy, that today have a story to tell. They have testimonies of how bursaries through CDF have transformed lives, have changed and transformed society. The impact of these bursaries alone to these needy students is something that as members we are very proud of. So I support this legislative proposal, and besides the bursaries, in fact, I dare say that CDF is an equalizer on matters development. There are far-flung areas in this country, remote areas, that would never have seen decent establishments, schools in their regions if it were not because of CDF. You go across our counties, our constituencies, some of the best infrastructures are done by CDF, ranging from laboratories, dining halls, even the buses in schools. There are certain schools where kids are taught about, say, for example, geography, about the lake, about the ocean. But they can't visualize. They have never been there. But because we've been able to buy buses and supply to these schools, they're able to go on those trips to go and get that exposure. And there are schools where, before CDF, they would do physics and chemistry through theory. They were not able to undertake the practicals. But because of CDF today, we pride ourselves because our schools are better equipped with the necessary infrastructure to aid learning. So, Madam Speaker, further, I want to attest here that the CDF has really contributed a lot to development, especially in my constituency. I represent Teso South. My constituency did not have a single college, nor did it have even a road, a tarmac road. We did the first one in 2011, from 2011. So through CDF, I was able to buy land for a teacher's training college, for the TVET. And further, I was able to partner with national government departments to be able to fund and develop these institutions. And today, I am, with the people of Teso South, are beginning to see development. improved business. You know, people becoming landlords because they're able to put up, houses for people to rent and able to earn some income. So CDF is a very critical fund that we cannot underestimate, and we must support to ensure that it's anchored in the Constitution to continue to help and support our development agenda in this country. Madam Speaker, speaking to the other funds, like the Empowerment Fund, economic stimulus, I must say that this amendment is very timely, coming at a time when we know that jobs are scarce and our youths are languishing out there unemployed, coming at a time when the economy is on its knees, coming at a time when we desperately as a country need to create employers who can create opportunities for the young people. Madam Speaker, we have graduates. They have graduated in various disciplines. They can be able to start various SMEs, and they can become the employer of tomorrow. So we want to support this. And I must say it is very timely, and these funds, including the GAF for the women representatives. We need to empower the women. We need to capacity build them. We need to guide them before they can be able to get the empowerment funds to be able to engage in some economic activity and be able to support livelihoods. Madam Speaker, I also must touch on the issue of climate change. Given the situation in which the world finds itself in and the impacts of climate change, CDF has played a very critical role as well in terms of mitigating the impacts of climate change. I remember most of us members, we have had to there's an allocation that goes to environment. And we played a very critical role in terms of supporting that particular program on environment, planting trees in schools, and assigning these trees to the pupils and the students who keep on maintaining and making sure that those trees survive. So this is also a very critical component of CDF that we cannot ignore. Madam Speaker, having said that, I must say that I commend Honorable Mule and the other member who have brought this amendment to the floor of the House, and we must support. And I want to appeal to the board. The CDF Act that was nullified by the court is the Act of 2013. NGCDF Act 2015 is still active. So they should move with speed to actually gazette the boards from the various constituencies and release the funds so that we can take our sons and daughters to school. We get calls every day. My kids in various universities, they are asking, we are suffering, we have no school fees. We need to release funds so that we can be able to alleviate the situation out there. Madam Speaker, having said that, I must say I support this amendment. Thank you.
We'll go to Palungu, Honorable Victor Koech.
On this particular motion, and from the onset I want to really appreciate the two drafters of this particular amendment, the Honorable Mule and the Honorable Kidinji. Madam Speaker, I want to, from the onset, to actually support this particular initiative so that we have CDF entrenched in our constitution. CDF, as it can be seen, has really done a lot to our community. The impact that has actually brought is actually seen by all. The Honorable Speaker, I want to make the following remarks regarding the same, and to make it known that before CDF, my constituency had very pathetic institutions in terms of primary school. In fact, we had less than 40 primary schools. As we speak today, because of CDF, we have more than 180 primary schools. Still lags behind in terms of incomplete structures. And during my campaigns, Honorable Speaker, I promised my constituents that within the first year, I should have been able to complete the incomplete infrastructure within the primary school. As almost 5 incomplete classrooms. And with CDF, I was going to complete the same infrastructure before the elapsing of 1 year. Madam Speaker, the primary school that I went to, primary school called Kimaya, is in a vulnerable situation. The school actually, if every government institution was going to work, should have been closed as of now because of the structures that are deplorable, that are in deplorable condition. The Honorable Speaker, I had promised the constituents, including the primary school that I went to, that within the first 2 years, I should have given them proper structures for learning. If CDF is not going to continue to exist, Madam Speaker, we are forced, or we will be forced to go back to the days when the only way to achieve actually development was through the Arambe Clarion. Honorable Speaker, we want to speak on behalf of the vulnerable families that we are all coming from. I want, for instance, to talk about myself, because the Honorable Speaker, were it not for CDF, I don't know where I would be as at now. I'm a very true example of a product that was actually assisted by CDF, and through the ASOLs, while I was learning, I was able to actually complete my studies, and as I speak today, I'm a member of parliament, courtesy of the same. The people who actually went to court to challenge the existence of CDF should have at least given a thought on what will happen to the vulnerable families, what will happen to the needy in our society, what would have happened or what is going to happen to the orphans who may live together in our communities, whose main source of hope to educate their children and to actually get basic needs of education is through CDF. The people who went to court should have at least answered the above questions. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the registration of the upcoming or mushrooming schools within our society. The Ministry of Education has a basic requirement before you are registered, and the following are not limited to accessibility or actually availability of 2 acres of land, having constructed actually 4 in number in terms of permanent classrooms. The Ministry of Education also requires, before registration of new schools, the school should actually have two toilets, one belonging to the boys and the other belonging to the girls. Madam Speaker, it will only mean that we are not going to have new registration of mushroom schools as per the need of our constituents if CDF is not going to continue to exist. Madam Speaker, I want to really support this particular motion because we really want to see meaningful development continuing to exist within our constituency. The Honourable Speaker, as a member of Parliament, we should support the sporting talents for the various disciplines within our constituency, and namely volleyball, football, and the others. Madam Speaker, if CDF is not going to continue to exist, we don't know what will happen to our talents, and we really want to support. As it is indicated within the NTCDF, that 2% should normally go to sports. As my earlier colleagues are spoken about, also the conservation and protection of the environment, that CDF mandates us to allocate around 2%. As I finish, the Honourable Speaker, we cannot be speaking, as a government, we cannot be speaking from 2 ends. We cannot be demanding that we have 100% transition to secondary school, while at the same time, we want to deny the poor and the needy within our society the basic needs to educate, to education, due to lack of school fees. The Honourable Speaker, the impact that this particular, the impact that is going to come with CDF not going to exist anymore, it will only mean that we will have no library construction in our young schools. And that will mean a drop in terms of performance in the various secondary schools that we have within our constituencies. Lack of CDF, again, will only mean, Madam Speaker, that no new laboratories are going to be constructed to our new schools. I have several requests while I was campaigning, while I was going around. I had actually several requests for construction of laboratories. This will have actually greatly impacted on improving the performance of the various schools. Lack of CDF will only mean we go back to Arambe. This is something that our government, the Kenya Kwanza government, would not want to see our country going down. Talk of the rise in dropout in number of students who are going to drop out, Madam Speaker, we would not want to see the vulnerable families not educating their children or their pupils simply because they are lacking the school fees. This is the reason why, Madam Speaker, we want to plead, to pray, and to also make sure that we have CDF properly entrenched within the Constitution so that CDF continues to exist and to continue to exist and to support which that is supporting us at the moment. Actually, denying vulnerable society the basic need of education is ungodly, Madam Speaker. And for this reason, I want to entirely make my few remarks and to support this particular legislation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And for the benefit of the new members, Honorable Johnson Manya, when you're crossing the floor, please go to the bar and bow. Don't just cross as you have just done. The next chance will go to the Honorable Agnes Pareyo, MP Narok North. Agnes, Honorable Agnes Pareyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. And also, before I contribute, I want to thank Honorable Muli and Keshimo for coming up with this proposal that we will see National Government Constituency Development Fund anchored into the Constitution. This is a fund that is known by everybody in Kenya. It is a fund that is not meant for the members of parliament because we have our schools because of CDF. And this is a fund that has helped a lot in the constructions of primary school and building the laboratories, building the dormitories, the dining halls in our constituencies. If it were not for these funds, I think our children would still be going to mud classrooms. And as I speak, there are those that still go to classrooms that are not permanent. And therefore, that is why we support the National Government Constituency Development Fund to make sure that it is in place to pay school fees for our children. And at the moment, we are going through a drought, and in my constituency, most men are not at home. They are all with their animals looking for greener pastures for them. So once these children are sent home, they just come and find their mothers. And the mothers have nothing to do with their children. It means that we have most of them at home. And that's why I support this motion, to make sure that this fund has been anchored into the Constitution. And that is only when we can say these funds will be there and nobody will go again to court and nobody will interfere with it. Whether we are there or not, the funds will remain and will help people in paying school fees. I also support the increment of this fund to 5%. This is because this fund was not used to give water to our communities. And some of our communities are semi-arid and arid and therefore they have no water. And our people take or drink contaminated water. And for them to have clean water, we must also include water in these programs so that we can give clean water to our people. This is a fund that empowers our people, because if we cannot have these funds in place, then it means that we will not have bursaries for our children. Our people are still poor. Some of the children have single parents and cannot afford to pay university school fees, and also to maintain these children in school. I come from a community that still value our culture, and therefore don't give a priority to girls. And when these girls drop from school, the parents will be reluctant in taking back these girls to school. And that's how we chip in as leaders to make sure that we give these girls another opportunity to try and be who they wanted to be, by giving them funds to continue with their education. And that's why I support these funds to be anchored into our Constitution, so that we cannot be threatened by anybody else. Because if it is in the Constitution, it remains there and it will forever be there. I also want to support the funds that empower women. That is NGAF and any other funds that comes to the youth and women. And this is money that empowers our women. This money that puts, this program puts money into the pockets of women. I see them doing the table banking, and when they do the table banking, they also have knowledge on how money can be used, how you can borrow money, how you can pay back the money. Therefore, it gives knowledge to our women. When we construct these classrooms, we give the local contractors tenders to make sure that we retain our money in our constituency or in our county, and it's going to deal with the eradication of poverty, because this money remains there, it circulates, it doesn't go anywhere else. So the people who benefit are the communities in those areas. And that's why I stand or I rise to support this motion, to make sure that we support the proposal of having a legislative to anchor national constituency development funds in the Constitution. And I just want to ask Honorable Muli and Honorable Keshimo to try and add a few members who will look into that proposal to make sure that it is done in a way that it doesn't go and then fails, to make sure that there are no loopholes, to make sure that it comes out clear, and our ideas have been reflected in the proposal. Thank you, and I stand to support.
Thank you, Member for Narok North. Honorable Mule, you have a point of intervention.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For the interest of members, Madam Speaker, I want to move a procedural motion whereby we are extending the sitting. Honorable Speaker, I give them notice of the following motion pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3A. In this House resolved to extend the sitting time of the House today, Tuesday, 8th November, until 9 p.m. 2022. Madam Speaker, to the interest of the members, and I want to carry everybody on board to make sure that we walk together this journey, I want to beg to propose this motion to make sure that every member who is seated in this chamber has an opportunity to contribute today, Madam Speaker. At that juncture, I want to ask Honorable Bwire to second.
Honorable Bwire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second that motion, and reasons being, Madam Speaker, we have members who have been sitting in the House for hours and hours and have never gotten an opportunity to contribute in the House, and especially the new members. Madam Speaker, what is debated today is a very crucial legislative proposal in view of entrenching the CDF fund in the Constitution. With those short submissions, Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Okay, members, I will put the question. I will propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33, this House resolves to extend the sitting time of the House today, Tuesday, 8th November 2022, until 9 p.m. I put the question. Is that the mood of the House? May as many as of that opinion say aye. Are as many as a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The next chance will go to the Honorable Member for Runyenjes, Honorable Eric Mushangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important proposal on the amendment to the Constitution of Kenya so that we can, by law, entrench the NCDF into our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I'll start by saying that there is no one in this country who can underscore the importance of this fund. It was started around 20 years ago, and it is one of the funds that has brought a lot of impact, actually, compared to other funds that exist in this country, including Uwezo funds, Youth Fund, Women Enterprise Fund. The National Government Constituencies Development Fund has brought a lot of social and economic improvement in our constituencies and in our country. And this is a fund that every person in our country should embrace. Madam Speaker, I am reminded of the many students who are at home because of the lack of school fees. For the 5 years that I have been Member of Parliament, I know of very many cases of very poor boys and girls who cannot go to school if not supported through CDF. And therefore, I would say this to our country, that there is no one who should, even by a minute, think that we should do away with the National Government Constituencies Development Fund. Looking at the value that this money has been giving to our pupils, and especially those who are orphans, those who rely on full scholarship from CDF, those who come from families that are underprivileged, those who come from families that are headed by single parents, they almost entirely depend on CDF. Madam Speaker, in the last few weeks, I have been going around my constituency, going into every sublocation, doing what I call public participation on priority projects. And I can tell you, our people are already worried about the future of CDF. And they are worried because they know the importance of it. They know what this fund has been doing in our rural areas, starting from the construction of schools. There are schools that never existed, but they exist nowadays because of CDF. Examples are everywhere in the country, including my own constituency of Runyenjes, where we have schools like like Karundori Primary School that have been started through CDF. So if we put a closure to CDF, what that means is that we are going to see a decline in the establishment of new schools. Madam Speaker, we have very many facilities that have been constructed through CDF, including laboratories, including multipurpose halls, including the police stations, including police posts, offices of chiefs, offices of assistant chiefs. All this has been done courtesy of National Government Constituencies Development Fund. So if we are going to end this fund, it means our people are going to suffer immensely because of the lack of it. So instead of actually doing away with CDF, I support this proposal to double CDF, to get it from 2.5% and to get it to 5%, so that it can bring more impact, bring more value to our people, so that people can now stop relying on Harambes. Madam Speaker, before the CDF came to being, many schools used to organize Harambes. And what we have witnessed in the recent years is that there is a considerable decline in these Harambes. So whenever a school has a need, you will always find them going to the office of CDF, placing their proposals there, and when funds are made available, they get the funds and they do the facilities that they want to do. So, Madam Speaker, if we are going to do away with it, we are going to go back to the days when every other weekend, schools were holding Harambes to put up structures in their schools. Then again, Madam Speaker, in many constituencies we have had instances where toilets and other buildings have gone down and have required a kitty, an emergency kitty, to restore the buildings. And this is where now CDF comes in handy. And I have seen in my constituency, whenever we have had emergency projects that need to be done, CDF has always come and assisted our people. Madam Speaker, CDF has a provision or an allocation for the environment. And looking at what is happening in our world today, and also looking at the issues to do with climate change, it is required of us to even double our efforts or even triple our efforts in keeping our country and our environment green. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, we have had programs to plant trees in many schools, and we have even considered planting avocado trees. And Madam Speaker, over the weekend, I took time to go to many places, and I was very happy to see some of the avocado seedlings that we donated to our schools are doing very well. We did this so that we can provide our schools with an alternative source of income. I went to a place called Gaikama Boarding Primary School, a place where we donated avocado seedlings, and I saw that they are doing very well. I went to Kiga, and I was very happy to hear responses from the school that in the very near weeks and months, they are going to have income from these avocado trees. So this CDF has really assisted our people. Then, Madam Speaker, the issue of sports, 2% of the National Government Constituencies Fund is allocated to sports. And I can tell this House and Kenyans that this fund is never enough, because we always do sports in our constituencies, and there are many people, very many young people, talented, who want to try their hand in talents, but the fund is insufficient. So doubling it to 5% will also double the amount that is needed for the sports, and we'll be able now to consider many other games. Sometimes we find ourselves doing football for our young men and women. But with more funds coming through CDF, we shall be able to include other games that will be supported by CDF. Madam Speaker, there is a misconception in this country that CDF belongs to members of parliament. CDF, Madam Speaker, does not belong to members of parliament. It belongs to the people of Kenya. It benefits the people of Kenya. And its success stories are known from all over Kenya, including in this house. We have people who have been supported through CDF, and I am one of them, Madam Speaker. My school fees was at one time paid through CDF, and here I am, a member of parliament, serving my second term. So I am sure if we continue giving and supporting our students, we will see in the near future other people coming up with other success stories, and it is through the support that they received during their time. So with those few remarks, I support.
Next chance will go to the MP for Bobasi, Honorable Innocent Momanyi. Is in the house? If not, it will go to the member for Nandi, Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according this opportunity to make a few comments to this legislative proposal that has been tabled on the floor of this House by the two honorable members, Honorable Gishimu and Honorable Mule. First, Honorable Speaker, I want to state that I support this particular motion, that this legislative proposal be fast-tracked for it to run into conclusion. Honorable Speaker, the four items that have been stated in this proposal are very important items for this country. Honorable Speaker, since I was in high school and in the university, of course in high school I did not need a CDF, but I was in the university, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that while this discussion was going on, I went back to my email. And in my email, Honorable Speaker, I was able to trace a CDF check that was mailed to me by the constituency office of Mgwen, that its patron was Honorable Alex Kosgei. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say thank you to him for having considered and given me bursary for me to be able to continue with my university studies. Honorable Speaker, I also remember that 3 months later, there was a serious discussion about the scrapping of CDF. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, I was a very active person in terms of writing and online. And I remember I actually vented vehemently in regards to scrapping of CDF. Of course, it was fueled by the fact that I was a recent beneficiary of the same fund. And Honorable Speaker, I remember saying so many things in regards to that CDF fund and wondering why someone would want such a fund that has been able to raise the schooling standards of the schools in this country. It was able to introduce even polytechnics that were not heard of in this country. And I was wondering, why would someone want a very good number of students that were benefiting or that depended on the CDF to go to college and to go to secondary school removed, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, I support this particular amendment or legislative proposal, Honorable Speaker, because it will be able to ensure that every beneficiary, because the beneficiaries of these funds, Honorable Speaker, are people who are truly needy. These are people who come from humble backgrounds that cannot sustain their schooling. These are people that come from humble backgrounds that cannot afford them to take their children to private schools, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I support it because when it is in the Constitution, entrenched in the Constitution, it will reduce the number of busybodies, Honorable Speaker, who want to scrap it at their own will because they do not know the importance of the same, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to also speak to the issue of NGAF. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my predecessor. Through NGAF, Honorable Speaker, as we speak, Nandi County now has a building, a structure that is supposed to be able to accommodate people rehabilitation, to rehabilitate people who have been jailed by drugs, alcohol, people who have mental issues. That county courtesy of NGAF, is going to have that facility, Honorable Speaker. It is a facility that is going to help many people who would have otherwise not been able to pay for those services anywhere else, Honorable Speaker. And this is not a small matter, Honorable Speaker, to the people who need it. This is also a fund that has ensured that every village, of course, I can imagine that I have seen it in many counties, patroned by the woman reps, Honorable Speaker. Many counties have tents that under other circumstances, you would not find them. And if you would find them, they would be so expensive and people would opt to do their meetings under the trees. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support this, and I will be happy if these particular funds are able to run without undue interruptions, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, just like the Honorable Member for Kitui's Rural said, he spoke to the issue of the amounts or percentages that have been allocated. Honorable Speaker, I will not speak to that matter much, because they say a bird in hand is better than two in the bush. I will not speak to it, Honorable Speaker, because it is only, it only tells us that we are going to have better terms in the future, and we are going to have better amounts in the future, Honorable Speaker. And I hope, Honorable Speaker, that pending the ruling of the Speaker in regards to whether this bill will be subject to amendment during the second reading, Honorable Speaker, I hope that we can be able to increase these funds, because, Honorable Speaker, this country, during the devolution, it was actually championing for decentralization. Decentralization of responsibilities of functions, Honorable Speaker, must be followed by decentralization of funds. So, Honorable Speaker, there's no harm if you gave 10% to CDF for it to go to the ground, because you are so sure that this is a fund that is going to benefit to the last person in the administrative unit, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, then it will have no harm when the NGAV fund is also given a 4%, Honorable Speaker. It will also be able to help the woman county representatives, Honorable Speaker, to be able to run empowerment programs, because this is the same office, Honorable Speaker, that is tasked with ensuring that it is looking into the issues of the vulnerable groups, the women, Honorable Speaker, the person living with disabilities, Honorable Speaker, the youth, Honorable Speaker. And we are saying when the women of this country are educated, every other person is safe. When the youth of this country are catered for, they have jobs, they have things to do, every other person will be fine and the economy will be doing better. So, Honorable Speaker, there will be no harm in that. But that said, Honorable Speaker, we look forward to having the amounts increased so that those activities take place in the further down the administrative unit, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support this particular motion. And I want to say that I also support the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund. Of course, Honorable Speaker, I look forward to the regulations that will be able to govern and lead these particular funds, so that we have things happening in the ground. I remember, Honorable Speaker, in my county where I come from, in a constituency called Tindred, there is a very nice market that was built by the Economic Stimulus Program that was run by His Excellency, the President Kibaki. In 2003, around 2003 and 4 and 5. It is working, Honorable Speaker, and you can see the importance of having had that economic stimulus program. So I'm hoping, Honorable Speaker, because every economic stimulus program, Honorable Speaker, is actually something that's supposed to elicit some sort of economic response from the private sector, hoping that this will ensure that we have more economic investment from the private sector, and that together, Honorable Speaker, with whatever government is able to do, we are going to have a better country with better revenue. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support, and I want to urge all the members of this Assembly, Honorable Speaker, to be able to support this, and not just support this, Honorable Speaker. This bill, especially being a constitutional amendment, is no joke. It's something that has a very high threshold, a threshold that must be met for us to be able to move forward. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge all the honorable members that we all take part in the process, the whole process, so that we have something that reflects on the aspirations that we have, and actually protect our people on the ground that we represent, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people that I represent, I support this because these are funds that are felt by the people on the ground directly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to speak. I would have made my maiden speech, but I already did, Honorable Speaker. So I'm almost left for words to say thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Member for Nandi. This chance will go to the Member for Ganze, Honorable Charo Kazungu. If he's not in the House, the chance will go to the Member of Limuru, Honorable John Kirago.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. First, it's been 5 years since I last talked in this house, and I thank God for this opportunity and for the people of Limuru to give me a chance to come to this house and to represent them. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons I believe I have come back to this house is the way we worked with the CDF in the 11th Parliament. Madam Speaker, I found a constituency that had problems in schools. We did not have enough facilities, particularly for the boy child, and a lot was done to ensure that we help out those people who do not have a place to go to school. Madam Speaker, I remember in 4.5 years that we were able to start new secondary schools in Gatora, Kameredo, Muna, Kabuku, Umoja. All these are new schools that were created through CDF. Madam Speaker, you know in Central Province we have a big problem of alcoholism and early marriages. And when CDF is used to build new schools, for example, we take a lot of young people who otherwise would be lost because they have no facilities to move on with their education. So for me, CDF is a very, very important fund. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members, Honorable Mule and Gishumu, for helping us to focus again on these matters so that it can be anchored in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, as I stand here, I have seen young people who have benefited from CDF and who would have been lost and not even pursue higher education. And Madam Speaker, within 5 years, in Limuru particularly, I saw young people who went through CDF but were able to acquire higher qualifications in the university, and they were lucky to get scholarship to go for further studies in very prestigious universities around the world. I know, Madam Speaker, as I speak, I have people like John Mukavi, who was a young person who did not have parents to support, but through CDF, he went to Manchester University. I have Wainaina, who went to Yale University. I have Kahinga, who went to school in Korea. Sebastian, who went even for railway engineering in China. Madam Speaker, the background of these children, or these young people, were such that in fact they would not have made it if it were not for bursaries that they got through the CDF. So, Madam Speaker, I rise here to support the sentiments that have been given by various members of Parliament on the good side of CDF. And Madam Speaker, I also support the other funds that have been proposed that can also contribute to uplifting the lives of the less fortunate people in our society. Madam Speaker, as we speak, people at home are wondering, why are we referring Constitution as a problem to them getting CDF? Madam Speaker, they believe Constitution is one that helps them, not one that blocks them to access such support like the CDF. And because we know, Madam Speaker, the Act of 2015 is still active, we cannot have answers to people who are desperate, they are at home, and they are crying for help. All what I can ask is that it is important that we have funds released so that we can sort out the pressing problems with the people in our constituencies as we continue pursuing this matter of anchoring these funds into our constitution. Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Turkana South, Honorable John Namoit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to start with. I take this opportunity to thank my God, Honorable Raila Odinga, and the people of Turkana South for electing me to represent them in this August House. Madam Speaker, CDF has undergone several evolutions, right from the Act of 2003 to the Act of 2015. Honorable Chair, CDF is something that the constituents of Turkana County have benefited a lot. Many students have gone to school. Personally, the member representing Turkana South is a beneficiary of CDF through payment of school fees. My academic achievement, my professional achievements was supported by CDF. And again, Madam Chair, being one of the employees of CDF, I was employed by CDF as fund account manager. I understand the operations of CDF, the workings of CDF. CDF has done a lot to the constituents of Turkana South. Madam Chair, I wish to say that national government CDF is a conveyor belt of national government development program to the lowest level of administration. This to say that a lot of national government activities are being undertaken through CDF. CDF is one of the funds that adds funds to county governments. So we need to appreciate CDF. Madam Chair, I wish to say that to facilitate the performance and implementation of national government programs, CDF has done this. The performance of government, because CDF is implementing some of the programs that are supposed to be implemented by national government. There is need for this fund to be anchored in the Constitution. In addition to that, Madam Chair, we need to reduce pressure that is being exacted to the leadership, the political leadership at the lower level of governance. And one of the funds that is targeting to reduce this pressure is CDF. CDF has supported so many hustlers of this nation. We need to understand that CDF is one of those funds that has targeted the lowest level of governance. If you look at how CDF operates through project management committees. It is these committees that undertake the procurement of the projects, and these PMCs normally gives contracts to the so many hustlers of this nation. That's why, Madam Chair, I support the amendment by my honorable colleagues. And also, Madam Chair.
It is Madam Speaker for now.
Madam Speaker, CDF, we know it has evolved. In the beginning, in the Act of 2003 to the Act of 2013, CDF allocation was based on total revenue of government. But if you look at the CDF Act 2015, it is based on what is allocated to the national government function. And that's why the busy bodies that were going around the streets of Nairobi and the courts of Kenya to ask courts to reject the implementation of CDF are taking us for granted. I want to say that the persons who want CDF to be removed are the enemies of the hustlers of this nation. Madam Speaker, CDF authorizes a number of constituencies or the neighboring constituencies to pool their resources. And pooling of these resources, Madam Speaker, will enable coexistence, harmonious coexistence of these constituencies. Giving example of the county of Turkana and county of West Pokot. If the national government CDFCs come together to implement some common projects, some peace dividend projects that will enable the two communities to come together and to coexist. These projects will enable these communities to interact, to work together, to do their business together, to school together. And it is only through CDF, because the law allows the Constituency Development Fund or constituencies to work together and implement common programs. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, Engineer Kariuki, the promoter of this fund, had something in mind. And remember, Madam Speaker, again, the first devolution that has been realized in this country, the first devolution was realized through CDF. Now that CDF has done a lot, the sporting activities, the environment, we are talking about the climate change. How do we counter the climate change? We can only counter climate change through the implementation of some programs in CDF. So, Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to appreciate, recognize and appreciate the honorable members, the good honorable members that have brought this amendment before this August House to anchor CDF in the Constitution of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment.
Thank you, Member for Turkana South. This chance will now go to the Member for Central Imenti, Honorable Moses Kirima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby support the motion before this August House to amend the Constitution to anchor the CDF funds to proceed in developing our rural areas, and especially the areas where the central government has been very rare in the past and even in the present. The CDF Act, as it is in the year 2013, was done away by the Honorable Court because it was really not anchored in the Constitution, or it was not tailored in a way that it could work together with the devolution. It was in one way or the other colliding. There was collision between the central government, the county government, and the activities of the CDF, where MPs used to be the patron or used to oversight. But the CDF Act of 2015, which came up with the GAF under the CDF money for purposes of developing the constituencies and supporting our honorable members of the county assembly, counties, the leaders in this chamber, was tailored in a way that it is not seen where it conflicts with county government development. But due to the existing circumstances of the judgment which has already been delivered by the Honorable Court, we are going to live on a shaking ground unless the act or the CDF is entrenched in the Constitution. So this amendment is necessary. If you go back a little bit, during our early times, Madam Speaker, like in the where I come from, the constituency where I come from, Central Imenti, I cannot remember to have seen any development from the central government of any nature throughout my life, other than one office called the DCC office, which is just a one-story building. All other developments in the area, infrastructure of any nature, both school and administrative, and the security infrastructure, they have come up with the CDF. So this is a vital fund. It's a very necessary fund to develop the rural areas. And you see, when this money is entrenched, when these CDF funds are entrenched in the Constitution, in spite of if you are in the opposition or if you are in the government of the day, nobody will come to intimidate you. Nobody will come to dictate of how you should carry out your activities, because you will be left free. The constituencies will be left free to develop through the CDF bonds without interference or without being manipulated by the system, as it used to happen between 2017 and 2022, where we are the ones who are not really towing the line of the existing system, which had just passed, were really left to suffer. And our constituencies were left behind because development was tailored towards the direction of those people who are pro-system. So, but if it was just the CDF, as we are trying to put it in the Constitution now through the amendments, which is before this House, things could have been better, because we should come up with a way in a manner that even the CDF board will not be influenced by the executive of who is to get these funds before who, without interference. For sometimes you find that there are members who get their funds, their constituencies which get their funds faster than others, others get complete, others are left with pending deliverance of development money. So we should come out in a way that there will be neutrality when it comes to dispersing of the funds, and there should be no discrimination of any nature. So CDF is very necessary, taking into account that most of the rural areas, people are struggling of how they can earn a living, or even of how they can take their children to school. We have what we call day schools, which came up during the Kibaki time, when Honorable Muriuki Karue came up with this CDF bill, which was supported by the House at that material time. But Madam Speaker, as it is, without this CDF money, the government stated clearly that it's going to sponsor day schools fully, and the students are supposed to enjoy their education and just go back without paying a penny. But Madam Speaker, it's difficult because the teachers are left to the children who have nothing to eat, and they are forced in one or the other to devise a way of how they can come up with what the children are supposed to have as lunch, and also to sustain them in the same schools, because there is no other method of keeping those students in school. Madam Speaker, it's through the CDF that the CDF board devise a way of how they can at least devise a method of sustaining or supporting those projects to sustain those schools, those day students, day secondary school students in school, by giving them little money of about 2,000 or 3,000 to sustain them in school. And as it has drained now, like when we are undergoing this problem of drought, that's why we are having hue and cry now, or in many areas, whereby students are not, schools are closed, day schools are closed, for they have no way of how to sustain the students in school, for there is no CDF. It's my humble prayer that all the members in this house will support this motion, and when it's supported, there will be no omutatas and others busy bodies somewhere who will come up and I don't know what my colleague, Honorable Mule, is telling me the way they are called, but I'm not used to that in ghetto language. And, but to me, I'm praying that there will will not be having those kind of people who just rush to court for the sake of rushing to please their masters abroad. Because they have a way of how they try to get money by taking the government to court or the National Assembly to court, so that at least they can get some sponsors from nomadic countries which need supporting business bodies in that round countries to make sure that whatever development we try to put in through legislation, it is stopped by the court. And you know, also our court and judiciary is full of activism. So this can take place. That's why I'm saying I hope after we have this amendment, there will be no that kind of activities to either what this National Assembly has taken a lot of time to debate upon and have the amendment to entrench the development of CDF in the Constitution. My idea, of which I would like to wish to put across this Honorable House, is that CDF is a necessity as it is in Kenya. There is no conflict between CDF and in devolution money in the county government. Only that we should have, as it is in the 2015 Act, after the division of revenue, whereby the county government get their money, and now what is left to the national government should be part of where the CDF should get their portion. I therefore support this motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Karema. This next chance will go to the member for Nakuru, Honorable Liza Chelule.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute and to add my voice to this very wonderful motion that was brought to the floor of this House by Honorable Mule. It is speaking to important things. It is speaking to important amendment that is strongly related to the people of this country. Madam Speaker, we are all in this House through representation. We are here because of representation. And you cannot talk about representation, Madam Speaker, without development. And the only funds that has actually done a lot of development at the community level is CDF. Madam Speaker, you remember 10 years ago, we were speaking about devolution. And devolution is about services and resources taken near to the people at the community. Madam Speaker, the work that CDF has done at the community level is speaking for itself where we are coming from. Madam Speaker, as we speak about the devolved funds, there are so many types of devolved funds in our government. And one is CDF. Second one is about the NG or GAF money that is managed by women reps, me being one of them. Madam Speaker, we have WESO fund that is managed by the MP in every sub-county. We have Youth and Women Enterprise Fund, Madam Speaker. And these different types of funds in our country is operated differently. For example, CDF is not money that is supposed to be used and returned back to the government. GAV is a grant to the women and the youth and the people with disability of this country. This is money that is taken to the community for the purpose of development. And you cannot say today you are sitting in this House representing particular constituency, representing particular county without taking money near to the people. So I can imagine how GAV have really assisted women groups in our counties. I know women representatives who are still sitting in this House can attest to that. I know how it has really assisted many vulnerable students from extreme poor families. Madam Speaker, I remember when we were doing our last term, Madam Speaker, I remember about around 50 students, those that were supported through my office. And these students, we were paying them from Form 1 to Form 4. And my happiness today, as I report to this House, is that these students excel and they are all going to university to proceed with their studies. And I'm asking myself, for whoever is really planning to do away with this fund, and then he should actually go back to his or her books. The devolved funds is very meaningful. We cannot speak that we are going or we are coming to the National Assembly to represent the people of this country if we are not doing any development. And there is no development that is going to be done, especially by the sub-county members of parliament, without CDF. You can remember, Madam Speaker, what CDF has really done in your sub-county. Madam Speaker, I am sure you are one of those students who benefited from CDF. That if it was not for CDF, Madam Speaker, you would not be sitting where you are as our Speaker today. So for whoever is actually planning to do away with this money, we are here today to say we need the same funds to be anchored in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I do remember very well that in our regulations, the management regulations of the GAF money, or the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, there is a section that says there should be a county-wide project. And in Nakuru, we picked a county-wide project as buying tanks to those schools, especially those vulnerable schools in our county. And you know, these big tanks, the 10,000 tanks that we bought to some schools, has really assisted, especially during Corona. Madam Speaker, we are supporting these devolved funds because if there is nothing that you will take to your people, then there is nothing, there is no reason. You will never have a reason as a member of parliament as to why you should come to this house to represent them. Madam Speaker, I'm in support of these regulations to be entrenched in the Constitution so that this fund will all the time be protected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support all the members who actually requested that this CDF money still is not enough, and they need the money to be raised from 2.5% to 5%. While as the women reps, we are requesting to be given 30% of the CDF. When I say this, Mr. Speaker, for example, if a particular sub-county is getting 140 million per every financial year, and then the women, so the GAF money should actually should have 30% of that 140 money to be able to cover all the women projects in their counties. Mr. Speaker, people have been confused sometimes. We are sitting in the same house, Mr. Speaker, as members of this house. But you know, the area coverage of women reps is so big compared to the sub-counties. While we are not complaining about that, but we also need to be considered for an additional money, for the GAF money, for us to be able, as women reps, to cover the county. Because, for example, Nakuru County, we have 11 sub-counties. And the area coverage of Nakuru is so vast. Mr. Speaker, we are also requesting as women reps that this money should actually be added. We should be given more money. Right now, as I'm speaking, we are being given only 7 million. 7 million compared to a sub-county which is being given 140 million. We are only given 7 million in every sub-county. We would also want to have the 50%, so that if a sub-county is receiving 140 million, we are supposed to be receiving 70 million by every sub-county. Mr. Speaker, this money belongs to the people of this county, and this money will make the people of this country to pay for their taxes. They will be empowered to grow the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, Weso Fund is money that is called revolving fund. It is money that should actually be going round. It is money that that is supposed to be given to a group, a registered group, and then after some time, after they return back, another group also will continue to benefit. So, and that is the reason why it is called revolving fund. The same thing to Youth Enterprise Fund and Women Enterprise Fund. These are money that are supposed to be taken by women groups that have been registered, and this money is supposed to be returned back to the government for other communities, for other groups also to benefit from the same group. So there are different types of funds to the community. Mr. Speaker, we need to also have a program of civic education to educate the people of this country about these three funds or three types of funds or many types. Anything community or any money going to the community, I mean, nobody should oppose to it. So in this matter or in this reason, I'm supporting all the devolved funds to be protected by the Constitution. I am requesting that all the devolved funds to be anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is so painful when you hear, maybe even whoever is planning, whoever is choosing to say, okay, we should do away with CDF, is somebody who actually benefited through CDF in his education or her education. It is very bad, and to be very bad, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are under CPC, and very soon the CPC students will be sitting for their examinations. And these students are supposed to go to school. It is very, very bad if someone is choosing to say we do away with CDF. You know, CDF have been assisting students. The government has been assisting students from extreme vulnerable families to go to school. It is not good to have our children at home just because there is no. In fact, the issue of schools, of school fees in this country should actually be taken 100% by the government. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy because of the two members of parliament, Mr. Honorable Mule and Kishimo, who actually brought these amendments to this house. Me, I fully support on behalf of the people of Nakuru County. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this space to speak my voice.
Some great contributions there. I hope the proponents of this constitutional amendment are taking notes. I can't see them in the house. Are they there? They have run away. Yeah. Honorable Katambi Chepkwony.
This one is very short. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for granting me this opportunity for me to contribute to this motion introduced by Honorable Muli in relation with the CDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start first by saying whoever is against CDF is the enemy of development in this country. Whoever is against CDF is an enemy of the poor children whom we take to school, to different colleges, universities, secondary schools, and whoever is against CDF in this country is the kind of a person who is not even appreciating the great work members of parliament who stand in single constituencies have done in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, being a member of constituency which is called the Joro Nakuru County, I want to confirm that CDF has changed lives of people. As I stand here today, I have constructed over 100 projects in my constituency with the CDF. I have bought the first term of 7 buses to support education, the schools, and the communities, even when they are going for graduations. As I stand here, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me confirm that the orphans in my constituency who don't have a father or mother, they can have an office where they can rush and get some bursary for their education. I still want to confirm as I'm standing here that through the CDF, it has given me opportunity to introduce even short courses so that even the pick riders can go for courses, get fully equipped, and they get licenses so that they can have a proper requirements as the government requires from them. It is through the same CDF which has helped me to come up with other different courses to accommodate poor youths from poor backgrounds in relation probably with clothing and textiles. I've taken to others in matters of electricity, learning. I've also taken some others issues of catering services. We have introduced even some talented youths who have done saloon, vineyards, etc. Through CDF, Mr. Speaker, sir, why I'm standing to say that whoever is against CDF in this country is the enemy of this country and the enemy of development. It is because the same CDF enabled me to contribute amount of money with a collaboration with the government to construct a technical institute worth 60 million. Why was I doing that, Mr. Speaker, sir? It is because in our country we have challenge of unemployment of our youths. And if we can construct TTIs, TVETs, where we can give a place for our youths to get empowerment skills, then to some extent, we are really empowering our jobless youths. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the same CDF has given us an opportunity to support our officers, our police officers in construction of their offices, and previously, before the previous dictatorship against our officers to get houses for their residential areas. We used to support that. Mr. Speaker, sir, let it also be noted that it is through CDF we have managed to construct even offices for our assistant chiefs and the chiefs and even DCCs so that we can give them a good environment which can enable them to do their daily work. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I still want to support that why CDF must be supported no matter the cost. Right now, there is a global voice that climate change is real. It is affecting all of us. Through CDF, once again, it has given us another issue of environment. Therefore, through my CDF and through environment, being part of CDF, we managed to buy tanks for some schools because there's water scarcity in this country. And therefore, water being a big problem even to institutions and to the communities, the same CDF has given us an opportunity to make sure we get tanks to provide water for our children and also communities. It is the same environment which has given us another facility of even purchasing trees and the campaigning for planting of trees. And it is on that point, Mr. Speaker, sir, the role members of parliament are playing through CDF in their single constituencies is so much that it cannot be ignored. Whoever can ignore the role of CDF probably might use a bad word. That might be a foolish person. Because with all the issues I'm mentioning here today, Mr. Speaker, sir, if there can be a woman or a man in this country who can be beating, who can be against the CDF which has saved lives of the hopeless single mothers who cannot have somewhere to rush, they can rush to the CDF offices and get bursaries for their children. Then whoever, again, Mr. Speaker, is against CDF has no plan, has no dream for our future and for our generations. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my humble request to the entire parliament that we support, no matter the cost, whichever action it might take. Let us do the best to make sure that it is fully put, that it can never no longer be shaken by the enemies of the development of this country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stood here to support Honorable Muli with a colleague who came up with this idea that we must make sure that the CDF is fully anchored in the law so that we can, all of us, continue benefiting and making our constituencies and our country a more better for all of us. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you for those passionate contributions. I hope the nation watched and listened, Honorable Katambi. Is Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi in the house? I remember I gave him a chance to speak the last time I sat here. I don't know whether there is a way you can remove such requests from the list. Honorable John Buddy? Had Honorable John Buddy spoken too? We're just waiting to and leave them. Honorable Innocent Mumanyi? Honorable Charo Kazungu, MP for Ganze? Not in the house. Let us have Honorable Amina Mnyazi, MP for Malindi.
Mwanzo ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kukushukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kupata fursa hii kuweza kutoa sauti yangu na kujadili katika mjadala ambao uko mbele ya nyumba hii ya leo, na ningependa pia kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Muli kwa kuweza kuleta mjadala huu katika hii nyumba, kwa sababu ni jambo lenye ambalo limeweza kushika Kenya nzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi mwanzo nashangaa sana na wale watu wenye ambao wanapinga.
Order member, I'll give you a minute. Honorable Gachobe, could you be leaving? Yeah, I just wanted to notify if you are leaving because you've waited for far too long. You're very close to speaking. Yeah, you may continue. Award an additional minute.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa natangulia kusema ya kwamba mimi nashangazwa sana na wale watu wenye ambao wanapinga masuala ya CDF. Kama kuna Mkenya yoyote ambaye anapinga masuala ya CDF, wanapinga kwa misingi gani? Na ni suluhisho gani lenye ambalo wao wako nalo sahizi ili kuhakikisha wanafunzi milioni 1 kila mwaka wameweza kusaidika katika mashule yao tofauti tofauti? Nashangazwa na hawa watu kivipi hawaoni maendeleo ya madarasa zaidi ya 21,000 yenye ambayo yameweza kujengwa kupitia NG-CDF. Hawa watu mimi wananishangaza, na mimi ombi langu kwa wabunge wenzangu ni kwamba hizo ni kelele za chura, zisituzuilie sisi kunywa maji. Sisi ni lazima tufanyie wananchi wetu kazi, na kufanyia wananchi wetu kazi ni lazima masuala ya CDF, masuala ya ngaf tuipitishe na tuiweke katika katiba ili kuhakikisha kwamba matatizo madogo madogo kama haya hayawezi kutupumba huko mbele katika maisha yetu. Jambo la kwanza ningependa kusisitiza ni majengo bora, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama vile ambavyo mnaona Kenya yetu saizi sisi imebadilika. Zile enzi za kuwa watoto, zile enzi za kuwa wanafunzi wanaketi chini, wanasomeshwa chini ya miti, hayo yote yameweza kusaidika na yameweza kuondolewa kwa kupitiwa huu mfuko wa CDF wenye ambao wabunge wako nayo. So mimi naunga huu mjadala mkono kwa sababu najua kuna mambo makubwa yenye ambao yametendeka katika eneo bunge langu la Malindi, na si shule peke yake. Kuna masoko, kina mama wenye ambao wanatoka katika manyumba yao, wamebeba mizigo yao, wamebeba biashara zao. Leo hii wako chini ya kiangazi, leo hii wako chini ya manyumba kwa sababu ya CDF. Sasa sisi, hii serikali ambao iko leo wanasema ni serikali ya Hustler Nation, na mahasla ni kama hao kina mama mboga wenye ambao wako pale chini. Tukiweza kuondoa NG-CDF, hao wamama majengo yao yatajengwa na kina nani? Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kuliweka wazi ya kwamba sisi wa Kenya ni wazalendo, na ni wakati sisi kama wa Kenya, ni wakati sisi kama viongozi tufanye jihada na jitihada na mambo yenye ambayo itafanya sasa sisi tupende pia wale wa Kenya wa chini kabisa. Wakenya kwa dakika hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanahitaji huduma bora na wanahitaji huduma za haraka. na NGCDF imeweza, na tunaona kwa mifano mingi ambayo wenzangu tayari wameshatangulia kuyazungumzia kwamba through CDF huduma bora na huduma za haraka zinaweza zikawafikia wananchi. Mfano ni huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kuna matatizo yoyote katika eneo bunge la mbunge yoyote, ni mbunge ndo ni mtu wa kwanza mwenye ambaye anatatua yale matatizo yenye ambayo yako pale. Leo hii tukisema tunaondoa NGCDF na tunaleta haya maendeleo yote hapa katika national government, unafikiria ile shule yenye ambao inakwenda kuboromoka kitambo, hata yule mbunge zile pesa ziweze kumfikia, ile miaka yake ya miaka 5 itakuwa imeshamalizika. So through the CDF tunakuwa na huduma bora na huduma za haraka. Mheshimiwa Spika, pasipo kusahau zile kazi zenye ambazo watu wameweza kuajiriwa through NGCDF. Saizi watu tuko na matatizo katika Kenya hii. Kuna watu wengi ambao hawana ajira. Masuala ya ajira yamekuwa ni donda sugu kabisa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mbali na ile ofisi ya CDF yenye ambayo iko hapa ndani ya Nairobi, wale wameweza kuajiri watu. Tukisema tunaondoa CDF, wale ndugu zetu tunataka waishi vipi? Hata pia mbali na hao, katika kila eneo bunge kuna wafanyikazi ambao wameandikwa courtesy of NGCDF. Hilo jambo nalo likiweza kuondolewa, hawa ndugu zetu sisi tunawaelekeza vipi katika maisha yao? Na ndio maana sisi tunasema kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi kwamba CDF na huu mjadala wenye ambao uko hapa leo uweze kupitishwa haraka sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna matatizo ya elimu, kuna matatizo ya karo kwa watoto wetu kule mashuleni. Kama vile nilivyotangulia kuzungumza awali, wanafunzi zaidi ya 1,000,000 wanaweza kusaidika kwa njia tofauti tofauti kupitia basari. Wanafunzi kama hawa sisi tunawaelekeza wapi na tunawapatia mbinu gani mbadala kama NGCDF, Mheshimiwa Spika? Hivi ninavyozungumza kuna wanafunzi zaidi ya 5,000 wene ambao wanaenda kufanya mtihani wao wa kitaifa, na hao watu sio wote, Mheshimiwa Spika, wenye ambao wako na uwezo wa kujisaidia. Zaidi ya 70% ya watu ambao wanakwenda kufanya mtihani wa kitaifa katika eneo bunge la Malindi ni watu wenye ambao hali zao ni duni. Sisi tusipowashika mkono, Mheshimiwa Spika, maisha ya watoto wetu tutakuwa tumeyapoteza. Na ndio maana sisi tunasema tunataka tuunge mkono huu mswada wenye ambao uko hapa. Kwa kumalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, CDF imeweza kuleta mazingira bora kwa wale watu wenye ambao wanafanya kazi katika mashule, katika polisi tofauti tofauti katika Kenya hii yetu. Mimi nakumbuka project yangu ya mwisho ambayo nimefanya katika Malindi, hata kabla pale sijapata kiti cha ubunge, niliweza kujenga vyoo katika shule ambao inaitwa Maziwani Secondary, mahali penye ambapo kuna wanafunzi zaidi ya 600, kuna walimu wa kike na wa kiume, Mheshimiwa Spika, na hawa watu walikuwa wanaenda katika haja zao kubwa na ndogo msituni, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ndio maana sisi tunasema tunataka hili jambo tuweze kuweka katika katiba ili maendeleo yazidi kufikia wananchi wetu katika maeneo bunge tofauti tofauti. Kwa kumalizia, kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi, mimi naunga huu mswada mkono 100%, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hayo machache, asanteni.
Asante sana. Tuendelee na hiyo lugha kidogo. Nataka Mheshimiwa Rashid Bedzimba, mjumbe wa Kisauni, aendelee vivyo hivyo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nitaiendeleza lugha hii ya taifa kwa sababu watu hujiringia na lugha yao. Kwa hivyo nakushukuru pia kwa kulifahamu hilo. Ukienda Urusi wanazungumza lugha yao, ukienda bara Arabu wanazungumza lugha yao, na wameendelea zaidi. Hapa kwetu tumejaribu kuchukua ya kigeni kuiweka mbele, ndio sababu hata tuwezi kutengeza hata sindano ya kushona nguo kwa sababu mambo mengi. Basi wacha niachie hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi nichukue fursa hii kwanza kukushukuru we mwenyewe na kukupongeza kwa kunipa fursa na mimi kutia sauti yangu ama kupenyeza sauti katika marekebisho haya katika mswada huu Mimi naunga mkono marekebisho ya katiba kuihalalisha CDF katika katiba, iwe haitaweza kusumbuka, iwe kusitokee mtu kwenda kuishtaki ama kuilalamikia, iwe iko ndani katika katiba, iwe ni sheria kwamba hizi fedha ziwe zinakuja bila ya kuwa na kikomo, bila ya kuwa na hofu. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, mengi yamezungumzwa, lakini mimi pia nitatia sauti yangu hapo. CDF ni hazina ambayo imesaidia wananchi. Taifa la Kenya ni taifa ambalo wengi wao wakaazi ama wananchi wao hawana ajira, na wengi ni maskini, wenye uwezo ni wachache, wengi wanashindwa hata kunywa chai, wengine wako na watoto wawili ama watatu ambao wote wako shule. Inakuwa ni vigumu yule mzazi kuweza kupata karo za kuwasomesha watoto wale. Ndio unasikia wengine anawaambia wakae nje wachunge mbuzi, mmoja anaenda kusoma kwa niaba ya wale. Lakini hii hazina ya CDF imesaidia hata maskini kwamba ameweza kuwa na matumaini kwamba anaweza pata elimu ya msingi, akaenda katika shule ya sekondari na hata akaenda shule za vyuo vikuu, kwa sababu ana imani kwamba kuna mgao fulani ambao utamsaidia kusukuma ili elimu yake iwe sawa na wale ambao wana uwezo. Hata wale, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao wanaenda kuishtaki CDF kwamba ni hazina ambayo si halali, wanasema itolewe, ni watu wa kushangaza sana. Sijui kama wao wanaishi katika taifa hili ama wanaishi ng'ambo, kwa sababu ama wao ni kwa sababu wana uwezo mkubwa na hawaangalii maskini, hawaangalii mtu ambaye hana kitu, ameamka asubuhi hata chai hana. Yeye mwanzo la kwanza, badala kuishtaki kwamba iondolewe, angeenda kaitilia nguvu kusema kwamba CDF iongezwe, kwamba iwe na uwezo hata wa kununulia chakula, feeding program katika shule, ili watoto wetu wanwe chai ama uji saa 4 na saa 6 wapewe chakula. Yeye angekwenda kusema hivyo badala kusema itolewe. CDF mijengo yote ambayo yanapatikana katika maeneo bunge, angalia chapa yake, iko CDF pale, kuonesha kwamba kama ingelikuwa CDF hakuna, yale majengo yale yangekuwa hayako. Na pia hawa wajumbe hawa, ikiwa CDF itatolewa, wategemee kila Jumamosi kwenda milango ya executive. Kitambo aende katika eneo bunge lake, anaenda kuomba. Na tukianza kuomba, tutafanya oversight namna gani? Lakini ikiwa CDF yuko nayo mjumbe, hana sababu ya kwenda kuomba kwa executive. Ni yeye mwenyewe kwenda kwa wananchi, zile pesa za wananchi, awaulize wananchi ni kitu gani wanataka na awafanyie. Hana sababu ya kwenda kuomba. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema hata hii CDF ipewe uwezo, hata wale wazee wa mtaa walioko kule mitaani ambao hawalipwi, tuwe tuna uwezo wa kuwalipa pia. Tuweze kuwalipa hata kama ni kidogo kupitia kwa hazina hii ya CDF. Kwa sababu hii CDF imesaidia walala hoi, na hata wazee wa mtaa pia ni miongoni mwa watu ambao wanapata makesi mengi, wanasaidia usalama katika maeneo yetu, lakini hakuna kitu wanalipo. Kwa hivyo CDF ni chombo muhimu sana. Ukiangalia katika mashule yetu ya kibinafsi na shule za umma, shule za umma hivi sasa ziko na magari ya kuweza kuzungusha wale watoto katika ziara za elimu, ni kwa sababu ya CDF. Ingekuwa hakuna hii mambo ya usafiri, ingekuwa tu iko kwa private shule za kibinafsi. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba kwamba CDF iweze kubaki, ili kusudi isaidie, iwekwe katika ihalalishwe kwenye katiba ili iendelee. Hata hawa ndugu zetu maseneta pia, wao wakiwa watapewa fedha si vibaya, bora fedha zile ziwe zitakwenda kumfaidi mwananchi. Kwa sababu unasikia saa nyingine serikali nasema uchumi umeimarika. Uchumi hauwezi imarika kama mwananchi mfukoni kwake hana kitu. Uchumi lazima uwe unahusiana na mwananchi. Kwa hivyo hata wale seneta wale wakiwa watapata fedha za kusaidia wananchi, wapewe. Hata kina mama, wale wawakilishi wa kina mama, ikiwa fedha zile watapewa zitasaidia, itakuwa ni uzuri zaidi. Ya kina mama, wawakilishi kina mama wanasaidia, wajumbe wanasaidia, seneta wanasaidia, wananchi wetu ndio watakaofaidika. Hii taifa ni letu sote. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tushirikiane kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi anaishi salama na anakuwa na mambo rahisi katika mazingira ya kitaifa hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, najua kuna wengi wanasubiri kuzungumzia. Sitaki niende mbali zaidi, pia nikitoa fursa na wengine pia wazungumze. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. Tunaye Mheshimiwa Janet CTNA, mjumbe wa eneo bunge la Tarbo. Tuendelee na Kiswahili dada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Today I don't want to speak in Kiswahili. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I also want to add my voice to this motion. And first and foremost, I want to thank Honorable Gishimu and Honorable Mule for bringing in this legislative proposal for amendment of the Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to actually add my voice to say that entrenching this CDF in the Constitution will go a long way in ensuring that the critical role of development is continued to the people of this nation. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that NGCDF fund, if you didn't know, it's 11 billion every year goes to development through NGCDF fund. 1 million students benefit if they are given an allocation of 10,000. So you can imagine if they are given less than that, we have more than 1 million students every year benefiting from that fund. Therefore, I wish to support that NGCDF should continue. It has done an amazing job in this country. It is one of the tangible projects that you can actually see within our constituencies. NGCDF fund has done a lot. It has done amazing work. It has supported very poor children. It has constructed classrooms, dormitories. It has even done MTCs, TTIs, and on top of that, it has ensured that their children are actually get bursary to go to these institutions and learn skills which can empower them for their livelihood. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support entrenchment of these funds in the Constitution, including GAF. GAF has played a critical role in empowering our women, in empowering our youth, empowering the PWDs in this nation, because it's a grant that is being given into groups, and those groups have actually improved their livelihoods. We have the economic stimulus and also the Senate Oversight Fund, because it's going to go a long way in enhancing development in the constituencies, in the counties. I would want to support that it is actually entrenched in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is no fund like NGCDF fund. There is no fund that has touched lives like NGCDF fund. Even the border, actually this is now the real hustlers that have benefited from this NGCDF fund. If you look around the constituencies, the counties, the fund that every Mwananchi talks about every day because it is talk of town, it is about NGCDF and what it has done. It is amazing. Therefore, I wish to support that the poor children should continue going to school through NGCDF fund. I want to support that those poor children can get an institution to go for higher learning through the fund of NGCDF. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion that these funds should be entrenched in the Constitution, and therefore they will go a long way in enhancing development within our nation. I want to shorten it so that those other colleagues that have not gotten an opportunity can also have an opportunity to add a voice to this fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I donate my time to the rest of the members so that they can say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable CTNA Janet, for those educative words and for your generosity to the members. And I think it is a trend we should continue with. so that as many members as possible may talk. We are honored to be in the House with the chair of the Committee on Budget and Appropriations. I want to give him this chance so that he can tell the nation what government is planning around these three funds. Thank you, Honorable Ndindi Njoro, the MP for Kiaru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, even for that very generous introduction. First of all, I rise to support the fact that we should have this FAD, very important FAD CDF in our constitution, because, Mr. Speaker, even from the onset, of all the FADs we have in this country, and all the devolved FADs we have in this country, including the county FADs, Mr. Speaker, there is no FAD that is more efficient and that has got as many tangible projects as NGCDF. Going around the country, Mr. Speaker, anywhere, from whichever side of the country, you realize that most of the brick and mortar projects, tangible projects that you see around, are projects that have been funded by NGCDF. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, NGCDF starts tall as a fund that should be emulated by the others. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the more the reason we have had many countries, especially in Africa, coming to benchmark with CDF. A country like Zambia, the current devolved fund they are running currently, they came to Kenya to learn on how to have such a fund. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, a good idea should only give room or way to a better idea. A good idea should not give room to a bad idea. We already have a very good idea in CDF, NGCDF. The best we can do is to entrench it and strengthen it. One of the features that is very enviable insofar as NGCDF is concerned, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that as we grapple with issues, and especially physically speaking, when you are budgeting, when we are expending public money, the elephant in the room is always about the fact that we spend most of our money on recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of development expenditure. But, Mr. Speaker, this NGCDF is a very good learning tool, even to the national government, on how to render service to the Kenyan people. Because out of 100 shillings that is remitted by NGCDF, only 5%, Mr. Speaker, goes into expenditure that is recurrent in nature. 95 shillings out of 100 goes into tangible projects that benefit the community, Mr. Speaker. And I can cite many examples because I've gone across many constituencies. But I want to cite where I represent, Mr. Speaker. Kiharu constituency is the largest rural constituency in the entire Mount Kenya region in regards to the size and in regards to population. We have around 112 public primary schools. Out of all the 112 public primary schools, Mr. Speaker, NGCDF has got a chance to transform all of them, which were totally dilapidated, the normal rural schools. And all of them are 100%. Currently, they look, and to quote like academies, Mr. Speaker, the children of ordinary parents now go to classrooms and primary schools in Kiharu, where all of them, 100% without exception, are tiled. And by tiling, I mean we have been able to refurbish the rest in terms of the other amenities that are provided in a classroom. We have also been, like many other constituencies, been able to do a lot in regards to the security sector, in supporting our administration, supporting our security officers, installing security lights, and therefore this fund has been very integral to the development of our regions, of our localities, and also enhancing security. Mr. Speaker, There is only one thing that I will invite this house that we look at, because this house, I'm sure we are very reasonable people. And I'm speaking even on the other side of the sphere. So that when we get to the third reading, I'm sure it's far away, but we should be preparing that we front a percentage that will be acceptable by all parties. Because this is a house of debate. It is a house of negotiations. Even budget making process is a negotiating, or is a process of negotiating. And I'm sure when we reach there, we'll cross the bridge when we get to the river, Mr. Speaker, so that we come up with a percentage that will be sustainable and that will be acceptable to all parties, so that we do not squeeze too much and lose too much as we chase for what we are chasing for. And I'm sure even the promoters of this bill are reasonable. They are my friends. We will sit down so that we have a percentage that is acceptable, and so that we remove all the hurdles on the way, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to entrench CDF in our constitution. As I come to wind up, Mr. Speaker, this House will have to revisit one thing that was actually anchored there before in our regulations, something called the County Development Committees. I am sure many members in this House can bear me witness that the kind of development that we undertake, insofar as when we are oversighting NGCDF, and on the other side when we are oversighting KERA, and especially what we call 22%, there is usually a lot of duplication with the other agencies. Mr. Speaker, we will need to come up with a law that will enforce that the kind of work we do in leadership is not work that has got regards to hearts and feelings of leaders. We should engage our mind, not our hearts. And I'm saying this because we must need a round table of members of parliament, of governors, of other leaders in the county, so that once we say that this road is going to be constructed by the county government, the same cannot be duplicated by any other fund. And the role of the County Development Board was to bring about all these leaders so that we streamline development, so that if NGCDF is handling this kind of development, then it cannot be found in the books of the county that the money from the county was expended in the same project. And because we are serving the same people, we need this kind of coherence, this kind of synergy, so that we are able to give proper service and aligned service to the people that we serve. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and of course, I support.
Honorable Nyoro, you did not address the House on the proposed oversight fund, but I assume those are the matters you've indicated you could discuss with the proponent separately. You know, we take your words very seriously, because when you speak, the government is speaking. Do you want to say something on that, or it is something you'll confer separately?
Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Gashofe of Subikia speaks, the government is speaking, and I'm sure he's next in line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sana. Thank you, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, MP for Kiaru, and thank you for the good work you're doing with CDF. I would request the new MPs to visit Kiaru constituency if you want to check on how transformative to society the Constituency Development Fund, or these funds being proposed here, can be. Honorable Naika Johnson, the MP for Mumias West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank you for that position. You are actually fit to be there. But Mr. Speaker, also I want to thank the people, the good people of Mumias West for having re-elected me for the third term. I think I must say that one of the factors that have influenced this re-election was the good use of funds. And that fund is none rather than CDF. Mr. Speaker, maybe I want to take you back to 2003. I am privileged to be one of the pioneers of CDF of 2003 when it came up as I was the chairman of Mumias West constituency. Yes, I was the chairman of CDF 2003 to 2007 under the good leadership of the Member of Parliament then, Honorable, and my mentor, Honorable Wycliffe Osundwa. And Mr. Speaker, then, if you remember, the allocation was even more. I remember, like Turkana used, a constituency in Turkana used to get more than 200 million. But then I think maybe when the split came in, that's when now this amount started being reduced somehow. But Mr. Speaker, we have stayed here long, up to almost 9, because we want to add. Nothing has been said that we're not going to say, but we want to add our voice to support this particular amendment of CDF. CDF has done immense things in constituencies. Mr. Speaker, you know, people of Mumias right now, and including you, on your phone, if you did not just put it off, there are more than 200 calls every day from universities, from secondary schools. Right now, students are at home, chased. Some of these students, Honorable Speaker, they are actually from very poor homes. Some are complete orphans because CDF has not been. Now, if it is not there, we don't know whether there will be any more education. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker, sir. In my own constituency, you know, even the DC's office was built by CDF. I have built more than 8 police stations and 8 police posts by CDF, with the CDF money. Honorable Speaker, CDF, even in terms of security, okay, we supplement each other. This CDF is not competition with the county government. We supplement each other. I'll tell you, over 28 markets in Mumias West are put security lights. And women and youth can do business up to about 10 or 11 p.m. Do we think it is a very, very important thing? Water in schools, we have drilled a lot of water, because without water, then there's no health. Water in schools, we have drilled so many using CDF. County government alone cannot get enough funds to do this work. Because you know the way the government works all over, they will tell you you have 12 billion. But when they give you that $250 million, even in the county, if they have that little money and we have some, we supplement each other in terms of this development. And Mr. Speaker, even I want to tell you that during the corona time, during COVID, all the courts were shut in Western Province. And I built a friendly court, anti-corona court, in the whole of Western. Bungoma court was closed, Kakamega court was closed, and I hope even the Supreme Court judge is listening. All of them were closed. But the one in Mumias is the only one which was working across until the COVID subsided. So, Honorable Speaker, even in terms of this affirmative action, I have seen my neighbor, like in Siaya, she has built over 8 markets to supplement. So it is a very, very important fund that we cannot just take it for granted. ACCs, now, you know, you know, we have subdivided locations and sublocations and divisions. I have built over 5 ACC offices with these funds. Even education offices we have built. Bursaries, universities, TTI. I have put Mumias West Technical College, was built by government, but we have actually also funded the same amount. With the courses, it has a population all over the country, you know, the students who learn in that school, in that college, come from all over Kenya. It has over 600 students with a course which is very rare called mechatronics. Honorable Speaker, you know it. So I personally think, Honorable Speaker, that I support the entrenchment of this fund into the Constitution and the strengthening of this fund. And it all has to be there, Honorable Speaker. So kindly, Honorable Speaker, with those few words, I just want to request that the 2.5% be increased to 5%, so that people can get, because they are so now, you know very well, the education, the Ministry of Education policy now is that the students should not, the small people should not walk long distances to schools. So we need schools not more than 5 kilometers from each other. And so we need more money to build primary schools. We need more money to fund secondary schools, to build dormitories. And if we don't do that, Honorable Speaker, I am telling you the government will not manage to do these things, because that money which comes, the CDF, is actually the unit of the constituency, in my opinion, is the lowest on the ground. So, Honorable Speaker, you also being a lawyer, you will kindly help us to ensure that you see how this amendment is done in such a way that it does not again will go to the court and somebody runs there and says it is unconstitutional. Because sometimes we blame the court, yes, but what does the court? What can the court do if we have not entrenched it in the Constitution? Let us entrench it in the Constitution. They cannot outlaw it. They will have to allow it whether they like or not. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for the wise counsel, Honorable Naika Johnson. I hope the proponents of the bill are listening. Tuarudie lugha tena. Nataka kupatia fursa huu kwa mjumbe wa eneo bunge la Subukia, ndugu Samuel Gachobe, aongee kuhusu mjadala huu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on the proposed bill to amend the Constitution and anchor NGCDF to the Constitution. And from the onset, let me declare that I am in support of the amendment. And before then, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me a minute to thank the great people of Subukia for giving me another chance to continue serving them. They voted me back overwhelmingly. It was a great love, great respect, and a lot of trustworthy, and therefore I thank them, and I promise them that I'll continue serving them the way I used to serve them, and I call upon them to continue supporting me, and I also call upon them, if they have great ideas that they can be able to contribute and to help me to serve them better, I'll be very much prepared so that we can continue working together. It is also very important, Mr. Speaker, sir, also to thank the great Kenyans for allowing peace to prevail in our country during the campaign period, during the election, and after the election. It is a great step that Kenya is growing in terms of democracy, that Kenyans can walk into a polling station, vote, go home, and wait for the result in the evening, and therefore we are moving in a positive direction. Mr. Speaker, sir, back on the issue of anchoring the NGCDF, the Constitution, May I thank the initiators and promoters of this bill, Honorable Gishimo and Honorable Mure, that this bill is very important because of the law the CDF has played in this country. It has really transformed our country. There before, CDF used to play a lot of laws. It had so many functions before it was changed. It used to deal with the functions of roads, water, school, health. But today, there are people who are celebrating that in their areas, they have a health facility, they are drinking water, courtesy of CDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you go around the country, CDF is visible. There are areas you can walk kilometers and you cannot see anything done by the counties, but you can be able to see what the CDF has done because it has done so many things. Today, as we are seated here, Mr. Speaker, sir, CDF is doing two functions, that is schools in terms of infrastructure and provision of bursaries. But if you look at the number of schools that the NGCDF has transformed, there are so many. The population is growing, and therefore there is high need of more schools, and therefore you can attest to it that CDF has gone ahead and started new schools that can be able to accommodate the big number of students, and therefore saying that we do away with NGCDF, I think we'll have so many students not going to school. Mr. Speaker, sir, today in my constituency, we have not done a TTI, but there are so many constituencies who today are very happy because they have done TTIs, KMTC, courtesy of CDF. Even if some of us have not done, we are able to take our students to those institutions, and therefore we cannot afford to lose the NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, today CDF has sponsored so many students to school through awarding of bursaries. Today there are families who cannot even afford a meal apart from even affording school fees. And therefore there are students that we give total scholarship to make sure that even if we give them little money, they cannot be able to manage the balance. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very important to make sure that CDF is anchored in our constitution to make sure that so many needy students from very poor families, vulnerable families, can be able to access the bursaries and continue with their schooling. Mr. Speaker, sir, I can recall last year alone, I was able to sponsor close to 13,000 students with bursaries. I'm wondering if we lose CDF today, close to 13,000, and I know this year around because of the challenges that we have, we'll have a bigger number. Where will they get money to continue the school? And therefore, I support that CDF should continue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, CDF also deals with security. Most of our chiefs, our security officers did not have offices, but CDF has helped us to start chief's offices, new police posts, and therefore we have enhanced security in our country because we have brought services closer to the people. Mr. Speaker, sir, today most of us who came back to this house, they came back because of managing their CDF very well. And therefore, if CDF is managed very well, I know it can be able to transform this country to a greater level and greater heights, and we can be able to do so much in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, today, as we anchor CDF to the Constitution, I will also request that since what is allocated to CDF is what is allocated to the national government, we should also allow CDF to also deal with other functions like water, roads, and health, so that we are not only constrained to deal with a few functions. We should expand it because the CDF is pegged from what is allocated for the national government. CDF also, through CDF, we are able to promote the elderly, the vulnerable with NHIF cards, and therefore they can be able to access medical facilities. Therefore, it is very important for this House also to allocate money for oversight, to make sure that senators are able to play their oversight role very well, and we are going to have enhanced development for this country. GAF also has empowered women. There are women doing business courtesy of GAF, and therefore it is very important to have it anchored. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to call upon teachers and principals not to send students home as we await for the release of the money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you. And I support.
More time, because you are just going into a point which should be relayed more strongly than by one sentence as you are doing in a rush. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was just calling upon the teachers and principals to really indulge with parents, especially this difficult time that our country is going through a lot of problems. Our economy is not doing very well. Some parts of our country, they have not received rain, and therefore we don't have food. We have so many people who are going through hunger, and therefore I was calling upon the principals to make sure that they are not sending the student home. Let them remain in school, and because the government has paid for the tuition fees, it is very important to make sure that students remain home and they share the little that they have, so that we don't lose this student, because if they are hungry, they cannot come to school. But if the principals indulge with the parents and allow the student to continue until we receive the CDF money, we are going to pay them later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I really support the anchoring of NGCDF to the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gachobe. Honorable Julius Mawade, the MP for Embakasi South.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii, na mwanzo wacha nianze kwa kupongeza wewe kwa kuchaguliwa kama mmoja wao wa wawakilishi wa Spika. Ningetaka kuanza kwa kusema kwamba mimi naunga mkono ili hoja la kusema kwamba NGCDF iwekwe kwenye katiba ndiposa wanaofikiria watashinda wakizungumza, wakizunguka, wakisumbua wananchi kwa kwenda kotini, hilo jambo liishe mara moja. Ningelipenda kuzungumzia sababu aligusia wakati mmoja aliyekuwa waziri wa fedha Ukuru Yatani kwa kusema ya kwamba kuna ruling ambayo ilitolewa kuhusu NGCDF. Nataka kumkosoa kwa kusema ya kwamba NGCDF haijawahi kupelekwa kotini na mtu yote. Iliyokuwa imepelekwa kotini ni sheria ya mwaka wa 2013 ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa CDF, ambayo iliisha na kukapatikana katengwa sheria mpya ya NGCDF mwaka wa 2015. Kwa hivyo hakuna ruling yote ambayo imetolewa kuhusu NGCDF. NGCDF ni ya muhimu sana, hasa kwa wengine wetu. Mimi kama nayewakilisha eneo bunge ambao zaidi ya 80% ni watu ambao wana mapato ya chini sana, NGCDF imetusaidia sana. Kupitia kwa NGCDF tumetengeza shule 3. Hapo mbeleni, licha ya kuwa Embakasi South iko Nairobi, ilikuwa na shule moja ya serikali ya sekondari peke yake. Jambo la aibu sana. Na shule linaloitwa Embakasi Girls. Sisi tutakwenda shule kwa majirani zetu, hatuna shule zetu. Lakini kupitia NGCDF tumetengeza Ruben Secondary. Kupitia kwa NGCDF tumetengeza Kware Secondary. Kupitia kwa NGCDF tumetengeza Kware Primary. Kupitia kwa NGCDF tumetengeza dorms yenye vitanda 450 Embakasi Girls. Na jina wanaloliita mtaani ni mtu wa basari, watoto wasome. Kama sio NGCDF, hawa watoto wangekuwa wanasoma na nini? Ni watoto wengi ambao hawakuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kwenda shule, lakini kupitia kwa NGCDF wanakwenda shule vizuri. Tunawapatia basari na wanasoma. Sikatai wanaokataa ili jambo la NGCDF, ni mabonyenye na matajiri, wako na pesa za kuchukua maloya kwenda kotini. Wao hawajali mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye hana mapato kama wao, atasomesha watoto wake na nini? Mwaka jana watoto zaidi ya 1132 ama 33 waligraduate kutoka university, kwa sababu walianza university miaka 5 iliyopita, miaka 4 iliyopita samani, na wakasoma kupitia kwa basari. Tumefanya mengi kupitia kwa NGCDF, na niko na uhakika ya kwamba NGCDF itaendelea kuwepo, na tunaomba pia iongezwe kutoka kwa 2.5 to 5% kama itawezekana, ama kama watakavyokubaliana alivyosema mwenyekiti wa kamati ya budget, isipungue lakini 4%. Kati ya 4% na 5 tuko tayari kuzungumza na wao, ndiposa watupatie tuweze kuendelea na kupata NGCDF. Pia tunaunga mkono ama tunapigia debe kuwepo kwa pesa ama hazina za Senate za oversight. Pia tunaipigia debe kuwepo kwa fedha za ngaf, ndiposa women rep wetu pia wao wako na pesa za kuwahudumia wananchi wetu. Jambo lingine ni uwezo fund. Pia tunaipigia uwezo fund debe, ndiposa tuweze kuwa wananchi wetu wanaweza, vijana wetu wanaweza kupata senti za kuwawezesha kuanzisha biashara, na pia kina mama waweze kupata pesa za kuanzisha biashara. Kwa hayo mengi, mimi nataka kuunga mkono ili hoja la kuweka NGCDF kwenye katiba. Asante, nashukuru.
Asante sana ndugu Mawadhe kwa mawaidha hayo. umenena vyema. Tuko na dada Phyllis Barto, mjumbe wa Moiben. Ni nafasi wako kunena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think I may not be able to continue with the Swahili language. Just allow me to bring my contribution in English. I stand here as a representative of Moiben constituency, and I want to add my voice to the NCDF to be anchored in the constitution inclinations. It is unfortunate that now, in this century, we want to go back to where we started from and remove or take away the CDF from the constituency level. Members of parliament, I think, have played a very big role in using this CDF money. Being a first-time MP, I have witnessed the transformations which have gone on in Moiben through CDF. We have seen the construction and refurbishing of schools through which others were still being used. They were dusty. The classrooms were still soiled classrooms. There was dust. Learning was problematic. I have been a teacher, and I know there are buses which have been bought for schools. Mr. Speaker, you see there are some places where to see a school bus is like a miracle. We've witnessed students benefiting from school buses. And you know, those buses also act as a motivation for the learners to work hard. You know, if you are school, I mean, like when you see the students when they come from music festivals or school events, when they are going to a particular place, you realize there is a lot of excitement on the kind of bus your school is using. So it gives them motivation to stay in school. So it's like schools are competing on the size of your school bus, how your school bus is. We've seen construction of offices, chief's offices, and even one member of parliament said that they constructed courts for judiciary, and it is the same judiciary which is trying to do away with the CDF from the constituency. I mean, I think maybe when they were making, they were not informed. Maybe they need to be told that they were also beneficiaries of that same CDF. Maybe they didn't understand. We also have, when the money is given for infrastructure, for construction, we have the money as employed young people. We are at that time in Kenya where we are looking at industrialization. We are facing unemployment. We have so many young people who are unemployed. Mr. Speaker, if such activities, or if CDF is not doing construction in the constituencies where people get employment, where we have plumbers getting jobs, we have masons getting jobs, we have all tradesmen getting work to do, we have business people in the construction industry making money. That is like now, I mean, bringing a major problem even to the employment industry. We are like retrenching people again when we are supposed to be creating employment for people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to add the voice on behalf of the people of Moiben. When we go to the constituency, the first thing people are asking, will the CDF be there? Will it still be there? So the people are even worried, and it has become like a human right. So taking away CDF from the people is like violating their human rights. We have children at home now. They are not able to go to school. They can't register for exams because they don't have bursaries. Where will the member of parliament get the money to put those kids in school? And I want to agree that we want to request our schools, our air teachers, to please keep these children in school. Don't chase them away. Don't let them walk to home because they don't have school fees. As we battle this NCDF to be anchored in the Constitution so that so that life comes to normalcy. Otherwise, what is happening now, what the court did actually is violate the basic right, the human rights of the constituencies of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me donate my time to other members of parliament so that they can also add their voice. Otherwise, I support the motion in totality.
Asante sana dada Phyllis Barto kwa maono hayo. The Honorable Joseph Tonui, MP for Kuresoi South. I'll allow you to address the House in English.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that kind consideration of allowing me to address this House in English, and also for giving me this opportunity to add my voice concerning this CTF and GAF and even the oversight fund. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me take this opportunity to congratulate our colleagues on Mule and on Kichumu for coming up with this legislative proposal, which from the onset I say I support. CTF, the role of CTF in our country, Mr. Speaker, cannot be underestimated. It plays a very critical role in the development of our country. This is a fund, Mr. Speaker, which reaches every corner of our country. Whether you are in government or you are in the opposition, you are entitled to CTF, which ensures development everywhere. So this is a fund which ensures equal distribution of resources in our country. The projects which are done by CTF, Mr. Speaker, are visible all over the country. For example, in my case, in the last parliament, CTF, we were able to use CTF to construct or to come up with around 8 new secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we were also able to use CDF to purchase 4 school buses, which plays very critical roles in our schools. What CTF does in our schools, Mr. Speaker, or in our country, is a lot. And time is not even enough to enumerate the achievements of CTF. So I just want to request our judges in our courts not to listen to or not to be misled by the activists, Mr. Speaker. Because these activists, they have their own hidden agendas. They want to mislead the public that honorable members of parliament are getting CDF or mismanaging CDF, which in actual fact, CDF's benefits the common man, not honorable members of parliament. Because honorable members of parliament get their salaries and they are very stable. So in the event of missing this CTF, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that there will be serious problems in our country. And I want to request the CTF board to move with speed, to release the CTF money basing on the 2015 Act, which has not been taken to court. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that the role of MPs is just oversight. They are not mismanaging the CDF. Because we have members here who want to contribute, I want to be very generous, Mr. Speaker, to donate some few minutes to my colleagues to add their voices to this important debate. Otherwise, I support the legislative proposal. Thank you.
Honorable Tunui, I hope our new colleagues are learning something from old colleagues like you in terms of how we are generous with time once we put in our points. The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, nominated MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. First, let me congratulate you for being in the Speaker's panel. I too take this opportunity to congratulate my UDA party and His Excellency the President for giving me an opportunity to serve in this 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the outset, allow me also to support this very, very important motion sponsored by Honorable Geshimo Githinji and Honorable Stephen Molay to amend the Constitution to insert a new Article 204A to set the funding of the National Government Constitution Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to underscore one fact that CDF is a game changer in our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know from the time since inception when CDF came into being, we have had 56 billion shillings being released in that kitty. And Mr. Speaker, sir, when you go around this country, you can see what exactly this 56 billion shillings has done. Mr. Speaker, sir, the only tangible development that is visible in everybody's eyes when you traverse this country, it is classrooms that have been built using this money. It is police stations that are built using this money. It is dormitories, it is the school buses that are everywhere on the road, Mr. Speaker, sir. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, before I even say much, I want to say the opposers of this kitty are oppressors of the society. I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we cannot have anything to say beyond seeing the 6 million children in our community who are benefited from this kitty. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, sir, from all the speakers that I've had in this house, they are all struggling with pleading with the head teachers not to send the pupils home. And my $1 million question is, are those people listening to the pleas of the registrators in this house? What do you expect the head teachers of these schools to do? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because they are putting the head teachers and the teachers in those schools at a very peculiar state because, Mr. Speaker, sir, we know too well today, being a teacher in today's world is an exceptionally challenging task. Beyond the daily teaching and grading routine, educators also work to manage students' behavior, family issues, teaching pressure, and many other difficult issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know in this current episode where students are faced with rooming anger, which is real, it is the teachers who are faced with this situation on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to strongly say the teachers of this country, wherever they have a duty and a responsibility to stay in class and do what they are employed to do. They are supposed to keep, and at the same time, students are also supposed to be kept in class. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very, very demoralizing when we see students walking up and down the road simply because they have nowhere else to go. They have no other place to learn to because somehow they must go and look for school fees, which is nowhere within the vicinity. I am calling, Mr. Speaker, sir, as a matter of urgency, that if there is a way, even before this registration is concluded, if there is a way, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we can have this CDF money and the CDF money released so that we can have our students in school, because the negative effects of keeping students at home are far much reaching than what we are talking about in this house. During COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's important to note that we registered the highest number of teen pregnancies. Mr. Speaker, sir, we can't run away from this fact. Even today, when students are being seen up and down the roads without them knowing where to run to next. Mr. Speaker, sir, if this problem is not addressed at the earliest opportunity, then we will lose it as a society. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm saying this because we may again in January start counting the number of pregnancies, the number of teenage boys who have gone to drugs because they are sinking into desperation each and every day. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to support this motion, and I want to say it is very timely and it is the high time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we commit ourselves to all of us unanimously, doing something which is within our powers in this house to ensure that these people who are opposed to this NCDF, we teach them a lesson. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I turn to the GAF, which is normally given to the women legislators, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say this is a very, very important item because it touches the lives of the very vulnerable women, the very vulnerable young men in our society, and the disabled. This is the only money that exchanges earns on a daily basis. And today, we can proudly say a majority of the women are able to touch money by the end of the day because the GAF money, in most cases, it is given to organized women groups, it is given to organized youth groups, and it is also given to the disadvantaged in the society to carry on their activities. Bearing in mind, Mr. Speaker, that it's only 1% of the women in this nation who have collateral, even to access money from any other quarter, then this money, the GAF money, should be thought of critically. And as we think of improving the NCDF money, let us also think of improving the women kitty so that we can have more and more members of our society getting empowered. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to tire this house, but I want to turn back to the Kenya Economic Stimulus Fund program. This also is a precursor to the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund, which is aimed at boosting long-term economic growth and development. Mr. Speaker, sir, given the challenges that we have experienced as a nation, like the COVID-19 pandemic, huge national debts, prolonged drought, fluctuating global oil prices, and food prices, we cannot say more than saying even this fund, we need it released at the earliest opportunity. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank His Excellency the President, because during his address to this nation, he also said we had raised the pertinent issues, and he also supported the entrenchment of the NGCDF into the Constitution at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want also to donate my time to other members so that they can say something. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and say I support this very, very important motion.
Your nomination was truly merited. Honorable Joshua Kimilu, MP for Kaiti constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important motion. And I want to thank Honorable Mule and Kishimo for bringing this motion at this time, whereby it's very, very important for us as members of parliament and Kenyans as a whole. And before I air my contribution to this motion, I want first to take this opportunity to thank the people of Kaiti who gave me a second opportunity to serve them as a member of parliament. If I remember, I go back to 2017 when I was elected as a member of parliament. I remember because on my constituency I have 4 wards, and I remember by then half of Kaiti voted for me overwhelmingly, and the other two wards, in fact, I was number 2. But this time around, because of trusting me with the CDF kit, I worked for them and they voted me overwhelmingly, whereby I want to thank them for a good job they did to vote me in. I also want to thank my family who supported me during my campaigns. It was a tough time, but I want to thank them because they stood with me, and today I'm here as a member of parliament. I also want to thank all my friends who were there, who stood with me during my campaigns and also supported me to become the MP of Kaiti. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and contribute to this important motion, Mr. Speaker. If I remember the importance of NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, today, I can even shed tears. When I remember, I went to the village over the weekend, and over 100 parents flocked in my house asking about CDF, about bursaries. Mr. Speaker, CDF, there are some people who think that CDF benefits members of parliament, but it is not us as members of parliament, but the people of the Kenyans, those students who are in schools, those parents who are struggling with their school fees. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, last year, I sponsored 287 students in schools, whereby I gave them a full scholarship. And for the last year, Form 4 class, 24 of them set for their KCSE. And out of the 24, 23 of them qualified to go to university. Only one would not manage to get a C+, but she got a C-Con. And she also joined a college. And these are needy students. If it were not for the CDF, they couldn't even manage to finish their 4th years. Because some of them, I was picking them on the street, struggling with school fees balances, and I sponsored them and they managed to do their Form 4. Mr. Speaker, through the NGCDF, I built a KMTC in my constituency, whereby, Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, you know that when we are doing some of these projects, you have to sponsor first with the NGCDF, and I've allocated 20 million, whereby now, as we are speaking now, the college is halfway. And if today we say we do away with the NGCDF, that project will become a white elephant project. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for us to align this NGCDF with the law so that we can continue doing the projects we are doing to benefit our society. Mr. Speaker, if there is any empowerment which is important and sustainable to Kenyans, is education. Mr. Speaker, during my campaigns, I used to go to some places and they tell me, we know you as a man of education, so we are giving you our votes free to continue doing the good job you are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I know if we do even public participation to Kenyans, 90% of Kenyans will vote for NGCDF to continue. Most of the projects you go around constituencies, which you can appoint and say that's a project, it's for the NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, through the NGCDF, I managed to train border guys, whereby, Mr. Speaker, you get some of them, they went to school, they lack jobs, they are even loitering on the streets, but I call them, I mobilize them, and I take them I train them. And through the border riding, they manage, they are in a position to bring food on table through the power of this NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency also, through NGCDF, I did 4 ACs administration blocks. I also did 10 chief's offices, 18 sub-chief's offices through this NGCDF money. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is the high time. We need to join hands together and we need to support each other to make sure that NGCDF is aligned with the law so that we can continue helping Kenyans through these NGCDF funds. Mr. Speaker, last month I went to Dallas and I got shocked. I met just a young man who is working in one of hotels, big hotels in Dallas. And when I was trying to engage him as we were just chatting, he told me he comes from Matungulu, and the MP for Matungulu helped him through NGCDF to accomplish his education. And now he's working in Dallas. And I think that's why this Mule came up with this idea to come up with the motion, because some of these students we are talking about, some of them now are employed, are helping our country, being in offices, working, and if it were not of this NGCDF, today maybe some of them would be in the village loitering without jobs. Mr. Speaker, also this NGCDF has created jobs, and also through NGCDF, some families can bring food on table. Mr. Speaker, now, even some of the members are not even going to their rural areas because parents are running after them, asking for bursaries, and you can say you have no word to tell them, rather than telling them to wait. But I want to thank some of our principals, but I want to insist, as my colleague has said, this is the high time the principals to retain the student in schools and be patient to wait for the money to be allocated in our constituencies so that we can help them raise the fees. I want to thank one of principal. Last week, when I was touring my constituency, I went to Ukia Girls, a school in my constituency, whereby I have 15 students who I'm supporting them, I'm giving them full scholarship. And I spoke with the principal, and she told me, Mheshimiwa, I know when the money comes, you will pay. But now you have a debt of 600 to pay. But that principal, she is patient. She knows that I will clear that money. So, Mr. Speaker, assume now the NGCDF is not there. Those students, that will be the end of the studies. And, Mr. Speaker, they are poor girls who cannot, their parents, some of them are no parents. Others are not even in a position to raise 1,000 shillings to pay a school fees. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is important, and this is a time we need to support the NGCDF to stay so that we can continue helping the Kenyans and those struggling students, those poor families who cannot raise money for their school fees. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support the oversight money for senators, I support, Mr. Speaker, and also the GAF. We need to support this because they are helping our members when they are transpassing their constituencies. And because I don't want to take much, for those few, I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kimilu. Ndugu John Bwire, mjumbe wa eneo bunge la Taveta. Naomba uturudishe kwa hiyo gurudumu ya lugha ya taifa.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hata hiyo lugha ya taifa pia si mdomo changu. Kwa hivyo, may I please request you, Mr. Speaker, to allow me to make my contribution on this noble and very important legislation proposal. Mr. Speaker, before I make my presentation, I would really want to appreciate and thank our colleague, senior colleague, Mr. Stephen Mule, who has today literally moved from one chair to the other, encouraging new members and assuring them that they'll have an opportunity to speak. That is the kind of leadership we want in the House, and I want to encourage other senior members to borrow a leaf from Mr. Mule. Mr. Speaker, on the issue before you, I must say that CDF is a fund sui generis, a special of its own. I say special of its own, and I think much has been said by honorable members of the importance of CDF on educational infrastructure in the entire country. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to pose a question to you. How did we get here? Where is the problem? And Mr. Speaker, I see the problem in what philosophers call epistemology, the problem of perception. And I think, and I say so, Mr. Speaker, because when you look at the fight against CDF, the question actually when you ask the people who are going to court is not whether or not we should have CDF. The question, and I think the problem has always been on the perception that CDF is pocket change of members of parliament. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, you'll find the courts fighting CDF, the media fighting CDF, the civil society fighting CDF, and even the media, Mr. Speaker. I was shocked when I saw an article from the Standard published recently when this motion was being debated. The title of the article is that overjoyed MPs retained outlawed CDF in the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what we are suffering and why we are having the fight against CDF is purely a problem of perception of CDF, which is now perceived as pocket money for members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, why I say that this is a problem of perception, because we have so many funds in the county government, we have so many funds in the national government, which are actually established by regulations. But we are now forced as members of parliament to have this fund entrenched in the Constitution because of the fear. And this actually makes me think, if these people had the opportunity of declaring members of National Assembly and constitutional, they would have done that, Mr. Speaker. Because I think the fight is more against members of parliament as against the CDF Act itself. So, Mr. Speaker, just before I joined parliament, I had an opportunity of appearing with you in a matter in Kilifi. And one of the people who motivated me as a young lawyer to vie in this election is to be people like you, because I used to see that the position of member of parliament is a lucrative position and it has a national figure, and in addition to that, probably there is good remuneration. But Mr. Speaker, after interaction with members of parliament in this house, I can confidently say some of them are moving loans. Moving loans because, Mr. Speaker, of the challenges that they face on a day-to-day basis as they help their constituents. While seated here, Mr. Speaker, I have paid school fees for 10 students, 3 from Macloriti Secondary in Taveta, 2 from Eldoro Secondary in Taveta, 1 from Jukini Secondary in Taveta, 3 from Timbila Secondary in Taveta, while seated here. So, unless, Mr. Speaker, we do something with CDF, I am telling you, most of these members of parliament will be running away, will be staying in parliament, not because they have no any other activities outside parliament, but running away from auctioneers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, after interaction with members of parliament here, I know members of parliament who run to Shylocks, not because they want to go to take the loans, but they want to pay school fees for their constituents in their villages. So, Mr. Speaker, my plea to you and to the leadership of the House, even as we deliberate on constitutionalization of CDF, please, I plead that we should not even disperse members of parliament salary first. Let them disperse CDF before getting this money. Because in the end, we have converted our salaries to be CDF. We are now paying school fees, we are paying hospital bills, we are paying ambulance services because there is no CDF. Hundreds of students are now out of school because of lack of CDF. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with us, even as we entrench the leadership of the House, led by you as truly, Mr. Speaker, to go and ensure that Treasury release the CDF before any other activity. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we should expand CDF beyond the education and security functions that it is offering. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, Article 189 of the Constitution allows us, it allows different levels of government to cooperate in their functions to ensure that we deliver to the people. So I see no problem with me as a member of parliament cooperating with the county government of Taita Taveta and putting up a modern maternity facility for our people in Taveta. I see no problem me collaborating or cooperating with the county government and ensuring that our ECD structures are built so that we have our children in schools and we have our community advancing day by day. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that unless we rush and protect the CDF, we will have a problem where children are out of school. Instead of raising students who are able to take over our positions in future, we have dropouts in school who will cause problem to our society. And I asked myself, we have a problem of activism even in the judiciary. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at petition number 1 of 2018 of the Supreme Court, whatever was in challenge was the CDF Act of 2013. But the judges found a way of deliberating and touching on CDF Act of 2015. In a way, telling the activists who went to court, even this one, if you rush to court, bring it here, we will also nullify it. So we have a problem. We have a problem of judicial activism in Kenya, and I want to plead with all members of parliament, let us now entrench this kitty in the Constitution so that we protect it for the future. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable John Bwire. For those who knew you before, like myself, you are a great addition to the Parliament as a whole.
Noble motion. I rise to support
this amendment meant to anchor the GCDF to the Constitution. But before that, it being my maiden speech, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to thank the people of Daragwa for trusting me to come here and represent them as their member of parliament. I feel indebted to working for them, and I thank them, right, the whole constituency, right from Curator Ward, Central Ward, Shamata Ward, and Reshao Ward. Here telling them that I'll make sure that I'll represent them the way they wanted, and I'll deliver as I had promised them. Mr. Speaker, this issue of NGCDF is very important, and I can imagine the students who are at home because they lack fees. Mr. Speaker, one student recurring at home because of lack of school fees is one student too many. I know this fund is very important because I have witnessed some students who could not have gone through school being paid for by bursaries, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish that the Parliament can overwhelmingly support this motion brought by Honorable Mule and Honorable Gishimo. Mr. Speaker, when students go to school and are chased to go and look for school fees, Mr. Speaker, I feel pity because I believe that when students go home and there is that hiatus of them not continuing with studies, sometimes we expose them and they change their course. Sometimes these students going back to school, they don't catch up. And I believe some of them would become very good leaders of this country, engineers, doctors, but once they are sent home, they lose their momentum, and going back there becomes a problem. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I wish we could also come up with a rule that students should not be sent because of school fees. It is our responsibility as leaders to make sure that every student in this country is accorded education so that maybe we lose very good minds. Mr. Speaker, this kitty, this fund is an equalizer, because I believe there are some students who would have stopped schooling if they were not aided through this fund. It also, Mr. Speaker, money is fluid. When we are constructing classrooms and the rest,